Inspector Vazquez, Book 2, Nazi Gold, written by Alec Berry, narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Prologue. 1945. The South Atlantic Ocean, somewhere off the Argentinian coast. The fisherman cut the boat's engine, and what had been a carving of the waves at 5 knots settled into a gentle bob. He cast a net. "Now what?" "We wait," said the fisherman, grunting approval of the net spreading in the waters beneath. The passenger raised a pair of binoculars, but at 4 in the morning, and with mist in all directions, there was nothing to see. "Shouldn't we confirm our position?" The fisherman lit a cigarette. "I've been fishing these waters for 20 years. I know where we are." "That's not what I meant," said the passenger. "Our task. Shouldn't we be transmitting the code?" The fisherman sighed. If the Nazis were the master race, why did they always send someone new and so clueless? Having to explain the procedure every time they put to sea was annoying. Taking an audible draw of his cigarette, the fisherman said, "I've guided enough of your submarines to know what's required. I'll transmit the signal at the allotted time, and not a second before." He released the brake on a hand winch, and the net's cable paid out. "Isn't that risky?" said the passenger, pointing at the winch. "What if U-817 has had to submerge?" The fisherman tugged the cable. "Submerge?" he said with a chuckle. "I'll be amazed if she's even capable of making her own steam. Have you seen the state of the other U-boats I've guided? And anyway, you people don't pay me enough to—" The cable was snatched from the fisherman's grasp. He'd just taken a second hold when the boats bobbing in the water became another carving of the waves, astern. The fisherman scrambled for an axe, as whatever was forcing the little boat backwards was pulling down on the stern too. Seawater rushed over the gunwales, compelling the fisherman to adopt a different tack. "I told you!" said the passenger, joining the fisherman at the bow. The pair clung on, an open-mouthed expression of horror on the passenger's face, and the fisherman praying U-817's captain would realize his vessel had become entangled. The fisherman had no sooner handed his passenger a life ring and grabbed one for himself than the dragging ceased, the boat levelled, and the surrounding sea boiled. Relieved, the fisherman was just searching for a bucket to bail out his business when the giant metal fish he had caught broke the surface. The submarine's conning tower appeared. The vessel rose higher, relief reverting to panic as the entangled net went with it. The next thing the fisherman knew, his beloved boat was being dragged up the side of the submarine, and water filling the decks was cascading over the bows too. The men were soon drenched. The torrent passed, and what had been a fear for one's life became a threat for one's livelihood. Some of the U-boat's crew had left the submarine and were attacking the net with knives. "What the hell?" Turning cleats and davits into foot and handholds, the fisherman climbed his near-vertical boat, the passenger not far behind. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" said the fisherman, reaching something horizontal to stand on. He found himself staring at the business end of a luger. His passenger caught up. "It's okay. You can guide U-817 into the cavern from here." A crash shot the fisherman's attention back to his boat. The net had surrendered, releasing the vessel. But instead of slipping into the water, the impossible angle caused the boat to plunge beneath the waves, and faster than a submarine could crash dive. "How the hell am I supposed to make a living now?" he said, pointing at an empty sea. "Have you any idea what the Santa Maria meant to me?" A person the fisherman assumed was U-817's captain appeared, peaked cap, gold braid, a uniform that had survived the 4 months and 8,000-mile journey a darn sight better than the near rags of his crew. A Kriegsmarine officer at the very least. The officer addressed the fisherman's passenger. "Do we still need this individual?" "I'm afraid so, Captain. We're expecting at least another 5 U-boats, and as only locals can navigate the river, the fewer that know about it, the better." Looking the fisherman up and down, as if searching for an excuse to order the sailor pointing the gun to shoot, the captain unbuttoned his jacket and reached inside. "Would this be sufficient compensation for your loss?" The fisherman was struck dumb. The freezing South Atlantic waters had numbed his sense of touch too, and he had to concentrate on not dropping the heavy object. And if colour and weight hadn't already confirmed what the fisherman thought it was, running shivering fingers over an embossed swastika eagle and the number 999.9 soon had. The fisherman was holding an ingot. A bar of pure Nazi gold. Chapter 1. 1982. Buenos Aires. 27th Precinct of the Policía Federal Argentina, PFA. Emil stared at the letter, unopened. He sniffed the envelope. No perfume, so maybe Maria hadn't received it. No. Return to sender was in her handwriting.
Sergeant Vazquez! My office now!
Emil jumped at the appearance of his boss, not because he feared what Inspector Gomez might want. Emil's mind was a million miles away and trying not to think the worst. Why his fiancée hadn't replied to his first letter, and this second missive had also been returned unread.
I said now!
Leaving the letter on his desk, Emil followed Gomez.
Close the door.
Emil did. That morning's newspaper was slapped into Emil's chest.
Read that.
No offer of a cigarette, then. Never a good sign in Gomez. Emil scanned the newspaper's headlines, which hadn't changed in the weeks since the Malvinas War had ended. Traitors! Meant the junta was still blaming the Americans for supporting the British, and the near-constant rioting outside the presidential palace had yet to be mentioned. But by "read that," Emil assumed Gomez was referring to the small item ringed in red at the bottom of the page.
Hunt for Josef Mengele switches to Brazil,
said Emil, before looking up from the newspaper. He feigned ignorance.
What's that got to do with us? Not us. You.
Gomez retrieved a letter from his in-tray.
Care to guess what this request from the Brazilian police contains?
2 years spent tracking down the monster, and the bribes involved, meant Emil's link to Mengele had to come out sooner or later. You don't send informers into Argentina's various German communities without someone asking questions of their own. Emil maintained his cool.
I'm being paid to keep my mouth shut, and that's how it's going to stay.
Really? Said Gomez, opening a drawer. He produced a Browning 9mm pistol.
You were also paid not to go looking for Josef Mengele.
Placing the gun on the desk, Gomez leaned towards Emil.
Care to tell me why the Brazilian's request suggests otherwise?
Pistol-whipping a junior whenever he thought the truth was being hidden was as casual as shooting communists for Gomez. And as Emil's jaw had felt the no-nonsense discipline the last time they had discussed the infamous Angel of Death, Emil's next words would be crucial if he was to avoid the same again. And as a lie would result in a blooded chin as readily as the truth, Emil chanced a bit of both.
Mengele is dead.
Gomez seized the gun by its barrel.
Really? How do you know that?
Emil didn't. But given how close the old Nazi was to death when Emil had found him, he thought he must be by now. It had been 3 years. Emil tried an outright lie next.
The hush money has dried up, and I wanted to know if it was because we lost the Malvinas War. My informant told me it was because Josef Mengele is dead, and whoever had been paying us no longer thinks it's necessary.
A fondness for the bottle, as well as violence, had reddened Gomez's features over the years, but his pallor seemed to take on a purple hue as the pistol was first raised and then shaken an inch from Emil's face.
We have not lost the war. Argentina's battle against the British is only just beginning.
Emil had to grit his teeth, as each word from what Gomez said next was accompanied by a painful dent in Emil's cheek.
Keep away from old Nazis.
Dropping the pistol into the drawer, Gomez closed it, crumpled the Brazilian police force's request into a ball, and tossed it into a waste bin. He had just reached for his cigarettes when a distant crash and a shout of "Stay where you are! Put your hands up!" made Gomez recover the pistol, by the grip this time. Loading a magazine, Gomez cocked the weapon and led Emil out of the office and into the precinct's reception. Both men were met by rifles pointing their way.
"Drop the gun!"
said the soldier's officer. The sight of policemen surrendering like the country's forces had in the Malvinas Islands incensed Gomez.
"What the fuck is this? Get out of my station!"
"Your station?" The army lieutenant reholstered his pistol. Mind you,
With 8 privates looking down the sights of 8 automatic rifles, he could afford to.
"Then you must be Gomez." "Inspector Gomez to you."
The lieutenant shook his head.
"Not anymore, you're not."
He read from a document.
"By command of His Excellency General Leopoldo Fortunato Galtieri Castelli, Inspector Bruno Santino Gomez is hereby ordered to—"
Another crash had interrupted the lieutenant, and everyone but the soldiers looked up the staircase leading to the police station's plusher offices above. The man being led down may have been hooded with hands tied behind his back, but bright buttons, boots, belt, and the gold on his epaulets couldn't hide the identity of the precinct's most senior police officer. The lieutenant waited for the prisoner and escort to pass before completing his duty.
"Inspector Bruno Santino Gomez is hereby ordered to take command of the Buenos Aires Police Department's 27th Precinct."
The army officer marched to Gomez, passed him the order and saluted.
"Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Gomez."
Chapter 2. The following morning. Emil had never been in the captain's office. Thick carpet, carved oak desk, dark wood panelling either side of bookshelves lined with legal text. Gomez had gone up in the world, and in more ways than the single flight of stairs it took Emil to get here would suggest. There was even a distant view of the presidential palace from the French windows overlooking the plaza below. Better than what Emil had to look at each day, the back of a reception desk corporal's head. He counted those present: homicide, fraud, vice, traffic, public order. Emil was about to note which inspectors and their sergeants had failed to make this first meeting when the man of the moment walked in. Everyone stood.
"Sit down."
Gomez strode through the middle of the gathering, pulling down on the hem of his jacket. Reaching the desk, Gomez turned to face his audience, and the reason he continued to tug at the uniform became clear. It didn't fit him. The phrase, "like a sack of potatoes tied in the middle," coming to Emil's mind. Under strain, creased, dishevelled. Emil doubted Gomez had worn this uniform since he had passed out in it as a cadet. Gomez was about to say something when what too many empanadas, beers, and zero exercise had done to his stomach in his decades as a plainclothes police officer appeared to cause a surrender. Gomez unbuckled the Sam Brown, slipped the crossbelt from under his new rank, and placed both it and the attached pistol onto the desk. Gomez was halfway through unbuttoning the front of his jacket when he frowned at those present.
"Where are Inspector Santos and Otero?"
he said. There was a pause before each inspector's sergeant got to his feet.
"Yet to turn up for duty this morning, sir,"
said one.
"And no one is answering the telephone at home,"
said the other. Gomez appeared about to explode into another of his rages when a distant gunshot fired near the presidential palace distracted him. Releasing the last of the jacket's buttons, an expression of calm relief was followed by,
"Oh, well, that's 2 avenues of investigation worth pursuing."
Everyone looked at each other. There was a file on the desk, which Gomez recovered, opened, and read from out loud.
"Traitors, fifth columnists, revolutionaries, Marxists, communists, terrorists. Call this country's homegrown enemies what you will. The threat to Argentina's national security has never been greater."
There was no way Gomez had written that. His words would have been laden with racism, slurs, and expletives.
"And it is the duty of every PFA officer to not only remain vigilant for such anarchy, but to show no mercy when dealing with the unforgivable crimes, and especially when said anarchy has been identified in his own home or place of work."
Gomez paused to scan the office as if the guilty parties were sitting right in front of him, which in many ways they were, just not of what was being suggested. Gomez went on.
"Although I am proud of my police force and the loyal and dedicated way in which most would willingly sacrifice themselves for the motherland, I am also saddened at how easily some so-called colleagues have chosen to walk beside the devil instead. Be strong, my faithful fellow officers. Do not give in to temptation, and do not flinch from these orders I have given your new captain, no matter how uncomfortable they may at first appear. Evil is everywhere, that it is every PFA policeman's duty to root out the scourge, and at whatever cost. The devil can never and must never be allowed to triumph."
Gomez looked up from the folder.
"May God have mercy on us all. Signed, General Ramon Camps, Chief of Police."
The silence that followed was broken by an inspector who, but for Gomez's seniority, might have been the captain holding the folder.
"Am I the only one who can see what's going on here?"
Everyone switched to looking at him instead.
"Galtieri has lost the war for the Malvinas, and is trying to divert attention by accusing the police of siding with anarchists. There's only one traitor in Argentina, and that's him."
Given what had been read, Emil wondered how Gomez would respond to what was effectively insubordination. Another inspector spoke, his tone showing an attempt to pour oil on the PFA's latest troubled waters.
"General Camps will soon be issuing new orders, Bruno. Rumour has it the Navy will be in charge before the end of the week, and the Army encouraged to rat on their own instead. We just need to be patient."
Gomez had been staring into space during each man's interjection. He looked at the first inspector.
"It's President Galtieri to you."
Gomez's attention switched to the other man.
"And Captain Gomez, sir, to you."
Gomez picked up a picture frame propped on the desk.
"But if it makes you feel any better, I don't intend moving all of my belongings into this office just yet."
The frame contained a photograph of the previous captain's family. The man wasn't even allowed to pack his belongings.
"My orders are to retask this station," said Gomez. "There are just two priorities now. Bringing Santos and Otero in for questioning, and riot control outside the presidential palace."
Gomez went back to staring into space.
"Inspector Navarro, you have command of the former, and Delgado the latter. Any questions?" "But what about our other duties, sir?" said Delgado. "Homicide, fraud, vice." "You mean the money we make from murder, bribes, protection rackets, gambling and prostitution?" said Gomez. "Leave it to our collaborators, until I say otherwise."
Emil's wasn't the only mouth to drop open at that frankness.
"So, if there are no other questions,"
said Gomez, in a way that suggested he didn't want any.
"Dismissed."
Everyone got up to leave.
"Not you, Inspector Vazquez."
Emil's bemusement of the situation elevated to the paradox of a pleasant shock. Two of Emil's colleagues, however, weren't so enamoured.
"Inspector Vazquez," said one. "But I'm the station's senior sergeant." "And Sergeant Vazquez hasn't even been on the inspector's course, let alone passed the exam," said another disgruntled rank equivalent. "Acting inspector, then," said Gomez. "Now, get on with your work before I decide Santos and Otero must have had accomplices."
Remembering where they were, the two sergeants came to attention, saluted their new captain, and followed the rest of the gathering into the corridor outside. The door closed, and Emil braced to attention instead. He was halfway through thanking Gomez for having faith in his junior, when a raised palm from the older man ended the gushing. Gomez pressed a button on the desk's intercom.
"Is my niece in the building yet?"
A voice at the other end confirmed it.
"Send her in."
Emil was searching his brain for more ways of showing appreciation when it occurred to him that promotion to detective inspector comes with a deputy. The thought of being assigned one of the disgruntled sergeants, or worse, the next to useless corporals he had to sit behind each day, swapped Emil's elation for unease. He was about to raise the concern when there was a knock on the door.
"Enter."
A young woman walked in.
"Uncle Bruno, guess what? Mama's going on holiday to Brazil, and—"
A cough from Gomez, together with the cock of his head, interrupted her. The young woman's grin diverted to Emil.
"You must be Inspector Vazquez."
She approached Emil and, extending a hand, said,
"How do you do, sir? My name's Laura Gomez. I'm your new sergeant."
Chapter 3. Emil was lost for words. Not that it mattered, for Sergeant Gomez was filling the air with plenty of her own, and at a pace that made Emil think she must have been nervous. But 10 years of interrogating suspects had taught Emil that nervousness came with either shifting feet, fidgeting hands, furtive glances, or a combination of all three. Laura's body language couldn't have been more different. Only her lips and head were moving, the latter flitting from Captain Gomez to Emil and back whenever the family news, she was so desperate to impart, was temporarily interrupted by another enthusiasm, rabbiting on about her new job as Emil's deputy. The constant darting back and forth gave Laura the appearance of a manic automaton, which was a pity, because she was quite attractive otherwise. Not as pretty as Maria, but then no woman was. As with Emil's enthusiastic gratitude, Gomez had to raise a hand to interrupt his niece.
"Oh, yes," said Laura, fixing her gaze on Emil. "What's our first case, sir? Kidnap? Missing person? A stakeout?" She rubbed her palms. "A juicy murder to get my milk teeth into?"
The words Emil had been lost for popped into his head and headed straight for his mouth.
"But you're a woman."
Laura didn't flinch.
"You're right, Uncle Bruno. Inspector Vazquez does need my brains to go with his brawn."
She consulted her wristwatch.
"I've been here 5 minutes, and he's only just worked out which sex I am."
Laura grinned.
"What I mean is," blustered Emil, "is that the police don't have any female detectives. They're just typists, filing clerks, and the odd cop pounding the beat."
"We do now,"
said Captain Gomez, opening the folder containing the police chief's letter. He removed a second document.
"Sorry to disappoint you, Laura, but your first case involves nothing more onerous than an escort duty."
It was the request Gomez had screwed into a ball before throwing it into a waste bin the day before, ironed flat again. Emil's heart sank. Gomez hadn't changed his mind about assisting the Brazilian police in hunting Josef Mengele. Like Santos and Otero, Gomez wanted his family out of the country, starting with his niece. Her mother, too, judging by the unexpected holiday destination Laura had mentioned. To add insult to injury, Gomez passed the Brazilian police force's request to his niece instead of the precinct's newest inspector, and spoke as if Emil wasn't there.
"You have 2 days of driving ahead of you, Laura. Better get on with moving your things into Inspector Vazquez's old desk."
Laura snapped to attention and saluted. Her civilian attire of floral dress, pink cardigan, brown patent shoes and matching purse making the sight strange.
"You can rely on me, Uncle. Captain Gomez, sir."
Still grinning, Laura left. Emil began protesting the moment the door had closed.
"But, sir, new inspectors are supposed to get an experienced sergeant when first—"
The sound of another gunshot in the vicinity of the presidential palace and a zing outside the French windows as the bullet passed close by caused Emil to duck. Gomez didn't even flinch. He pulled Emil to his feet.
"Tell the Brazilians Mengele is dead if you have to, but don't come back until I say so."
Another nearby ricochet made both men look outside.
"Always assuming I don't decide to join you there first."
Emil was steered towards the officer's exit, but before leaving, Gomez said,
"No, there's one other thing."
Emil was pulled closer.
"If I found out you have so much as even looked at my niece in a funny way, I'll kill you."
Chapter 4. By the time Emil had returned to his old desk, Laura was sitting at it.
"Who's Maria Fierro?"
Emil snatched the unopened letter out of Laura's hand.
"None of your business."
The reception desk corporal appeared and offered Laura the mug he was holding.
"We've run out of creamers, Laura, so I hope condensed milk will do."
Laura took a sip, smacked her lips and said,
"Ripeto, that's the best coffee I have ever tasted."
Emil looked at the two of them, grinning stupidly at each other.
"You, get back to reception," he said, trying not to turn into the department's previous inspector. "And you, my office now."
When Laura didn't immediately respond, Emil added,
"I said now!"
Emil could feel himself turning into Laura's uncle all the time. Laura followed.
"Close the door."
Laura did.
"Right. Let's start with the basics, Sergeant Gomez. Discipline. I don't know what you're used to, but in this precinct, sergeants never address corporals by their first name, and corporals never address—"
What's that?
Laura had placed a folder on top of the desk's busy in-tray.
My resume. You'll want to read it.
I will, once I've finished reading you the riot act.
I have talents.
Yes, I know. I only just managed to stop Corporal Ramirez from dribbling all over them.
What I mean is, sir, continued Laura, that I have skills few others possess, and they should prove useful to you.
Emil ignored her. Good discipline is the cornerstone of any... Emil had caught sight of a detail on the folder's front cover.
You're 22?
How does anyone get to become a sergeant that young?
Acting sergeant, sir, corrected Laura. Read my resume, and you'll find out.
Maintaining his narrowed lips, Emil snatched the folder, opened it and read a summary.
Best turnout, drill, marksmanship.
It says here you have the most accurate pistol grouping the college has ever seen. Less than an inch in diameter at 25 yards. Emil looked up from the folder. How long was the pistol's barrel? 24 yards?
My talents go well beyond dressing smartly, marching and shooting, sir. Read my academic results.
All A's, and first in every subject, said Emil, after studying the next page. He scoffed. I should imagine this story would be very different had there been any men on your basic training course. Emil returned the folder to the in-tray, and was about to sermonize on knowing one's place, when Laura, wrinkling her nose, made him stop. What's the matter?
Do you mind opening a window, sir? The smell of Uncle Bruno's feet is beginning to overpower me.
But he's not even in the room.
No, but much of his previous presence is, and it's starting to get to me.
Laura had put a hand to her head. Well, I can't smell anything. Pull yourself together, woman. Emil leapt from his side of the desk as Laura appeared about to collapse. Assisting her into a chair, Emil opened the window next to it.
Thank you, sir,
said Laura, taking deep breaths while massaging her temples. What was that all about?
Hypersensitivity,
said Laura, eyes still closed.
The downside of having super senses, I'm afraid.
Super what?
Senses, sir. You know, sight, smell, touch, taste, hearing. I've been gifted with a greater range than the average person, and I think the department's going to find that useful.
Not if it results in you keeling over every time you use them. My sergeant needs to be healthy as well as obedient. Not a liability. Laura recovered.
I can control it to a certain extent, but as you're about to find out, the uniqueness of my talents far outweighs any downsides.
She nodded at the resume.
It's why I've been fast-tracked for promotion.
Not impressed, said Emil. And if you do want to impress me, Sergeant Gomez, you can start by demonstrating some of a detective sergeant's more mortal powers. Administration. We leave for Brazil first thing in the morning. Think you can organize a car, accommodation, and the visas we're going to need? Or are you going to fall over the moment the telephone's color disagrees with you? There was a knock on the door. Enter. It was Corporal Ramirez.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I'm about to go off shift and wanted Laura, Sergeant Gomez, to have these before I left.
He handed her an envelope packed with documentation.
Visas, petrol coupons, confirmation of the accommodation, and a marked map.
He passed Laura what was in his other hand.
And these are the keys to the hire car. I know you asked for a Renault 18, but they only had a Ford Taunus left. Is that okay?
Laura smiled.
That's perfect, Roberto.
Emil glared at his deputy.
Corporal Ramirez.
Chapter 5. The following morning. Emil opened the Ford's trunk and dropped his suitcase inside. What the hell's this?
Volume 7 to 11 of the Encyclopedia Britannica, sir, said Laura. If we're going to spend most of the next few days on the road, my mind will need to be kept busy.
Selecting a tome, Emil fanned its pages. Geography, geology, genealogy. It's all in English, he said.
Well, I finished the Encyclopedia Española when I was 12, the French version when I was 14, German when I was 18, Russian last year, so thought it was about time I got round to the opus that started them all.
Better not let your uncle catch you, said Emil,
placing the 2-inch-thick reference book back into the trunk.
"We're not exactly friends with Britain at the moment."
Corporal Ramirez arrived, pulling a trolley bearing more encyclopedic text. He began loading the volumes.
"You're taking the entire set?"
said Emil.
"All except volumes 1 to 6.
Laura smiled.
"I've already scanned those."
Scanned?
"Stop showing off, Laura."
It was Captain Gomez.
"You know how annoying that can be for the rest of us."
His attention fell on the contents of the trunk. Grabbing what was left on the trolley, Emil threw the remaining volumes in with the rest and slammed the trunk closed, almost trapping the corporal's fingers.
"Right, we had better get going. There's a risk of losing our rooms if we arrive after 9 p.m.
The captain's eyes flitted between his 3 subordinates. He was about to reopen the trunk when Laura threw her arms around her uncle's neck, planted a smacker on his cheek, buried her head in his chest, and said,
"You're the best, Uncle Bruno. I don't know where I would be without you."
She stood back.
"I can't thank you enough for giving me this chance to do my bit for the PFA."
Laura saluted. The distraction worked. Gomez was grinning. Escorting his niece to the car's passenger side, Gomez opened the front door and Laura climbed in. His grin became a grimace in Emil's direction and a mouthing of the words, "I'll kill you." Emil had to swallow. After getting into the driver's side, they drove off. 10 minutes into the stilted atmosphere of the journey, Emil offered Laura a cigarette.
"I don't smoke, sir."
"Why does that not surprise me?" Using his lips to withdraw a Marlboro for himself, Emil depressed the car's cigarette lighter.
"Do you mind opening your window, sir? I'm afraid cigarette smoke is as upsetting to me as Captain Gomez's feet."
The lighter popped, but after introducing the hot end to his smoke, Emil cranked his window down an inch.
"Better get the map out," he said. "I'm happy with the route up to Rosario, but not sure after that." "We don't need a map, sir. The route is up here."
Laura tapped the side of her head.
"Yeah, right. Get the map out."
Laura looked at him.
"You don't believe me, do you?"
"It's not that I don't believe you, Sergeant Gomez. 10 years of the police has taught me never to rely on a single source of information, no matter how reliable, and to always have at least one backup. Get the map out."
"It's in the trunk."
Groaning as he sagged his shoulders, Emil drew a deep lungful of smoke and halted the Ford.
"Go and get it."
"You don't trust me either."
"The situation has nothing to do with trust, Sergeant Gomez. Just common sense."
"Are you going to call me Sergeant Gomez all the time? We're undercover. Don't you think using first-name terms would be more appropriate?"
Emil took another long puff. His temper was being tested again, and if Laura needed fresh air to calm her nerves, only nicotine was doing it for him.
"We are not undercover, Sergeant Gomez. We are not even on a case. I'm on my way to assist the Brazilian police with their inquiries, and you are my escort. That is it. Go and get the map."
"But we'll be using rest stops and hotels on the way, which is a security risk. Wouldn't it be wise to behave as if we were related or something?"
Emil sighed.
"Then go and get the map, Laura."
When she didn't move, he added,
"Please."
Reaching for the door's handle, Laura got out. A minute later she was back, but with more than the map. Emil found himself accepting one of the reference volumes weighing down the trunk.
"What's this?"
"Open it. Anywhere will do."
Sensing he would be made to look a fool no matter what he did, Emil stubbed out his cigarette and did as asked. Leaning to view what had been revealed, Laura did the robot thing again, switched her head between the 2 pages. Sitting back, Laura fixed her eyes on the road ahead and said,
"Start reading aloud, anywhere you want."
"Read? English? I can't even speak it."
"Give it your best shot."
"You had better have a good reason for constantly wanting your boss to look like an idiot, young lady."
Laura didn't answer, only choosing to open her mouth again to assist Emil's mangled pronunciation of chlorophyll. She did the same with the next word her boss had trouble with, before doing something as extraordinary as it should have been impossible, replacing Emil in reading the paragraph aloud. Emil turned the volume away from Laura, but had no sooner begun torturing more English words when she repeated the feat, carried on the sentence as if holding the book herself, and all while staring through the car's windscreen.
"How on earth can you do that?"
said Emil, after Laura had exhausted what the pages had to offer. Not being able to read English did make Emil think his deputy could have been making it up, but the technical words involved were close enough to their Spanish equivalents.
"My enhanced senses,"
said Laura, still looking ahead.
"My eyes can pick up and store details as readily as my nose can detect the minute particles left over from someone's smelly feet."
She faced Emil.
"Savantism. Only in my case I present with fewer of the downsides. My social skills are broadly neurotypical."
"Well, that's a matter of opinion."
Laura glared at Emil.
"It's not a joke, sir. In case you haven't noticed, the sensitivity means constantly having to cope with a barrage of information that would soon drive me insane if I didn't."
Laura returned to looking up the road.
"My talents may be useful to the PFA, but to me, life is both a blessing and a curse."
Chapter 6. 2 hours later, and Emil had parked the Ford at a rest stop. He opened the glove box and withdrew one of the pistols lying there.
"What are you doing?"
Emil tried not sounding too sarcastic.
"Obeying paragraph 5 of section 8 in PFA standing orders, Sergeant Gomez. An officer's firearm must always be within his reach."
"It's paragraph 2 of section 4, actually, but never mind. Where are you going to put it?"
"Down the back of my waist belt, of course. I guess you must have missed the covert operations part of your weapons training."
"But you're wearing jeans and a polo shirt. Don't you think a gun-shaped bulge down the back of your pants risks drawing unwanted attention?"
Emil rolled his eyes.
"My jacket will be covering it."
Laura gazed at the rest stop's other travellers.
"But it's a warm and sunny day. Won't wearing a thick bomber jacket arouse just as much suspicion?"
"You're not seriously suggesting we leave our guns in the car?"
"I don't know about you," said Laura, "but discretion has always played the better part of my valor, and I'm not spoiling the line of this skirt for anyone, let alone some out-of-date standing order."
She pointed at the rest stop's diner.
"We can keep an eye on the car from there."
Accepting the logic, Emil returned his pistol, locked the glove box, and exited the Ford. They were about to enter the diner when Laura stopped to whisper,
"So who are we then? I'm not wearing a ring, so being engaged or married is out of the question. How about girlfriend and boyfriend out on a date?"
"Without a chaperone, in this devoutly religious and deeply conservative part of Argentina?" said Emil. "My suggestion would be an annoying know-it-all little sister being accompanied by her long-suffering older brother."
He raised an eyebrow.
"Less acting required that way."
Relieved to see the table closest to the Ford was vacant, Emil invited Laura to sit with her back to the window, only sitting himself when he was sure of an uninterrupted view past her shoulder. Laura selected a menu.
"I suppose we ought to discuss the case."
Emil glanced about to see who might be listening. The diner's other patrons were sitting by the children's play area on the establishment's far side, so it was probably safe to talk. Not that there was anything to discuss.
"Laura, how many times do I have to say it? We are not on a case."
"I'm not talking about my escort duty. I'm referring to the reason why we're making this journey. The case that's got the Brazilians interested in you."
A waitress arrived and placed 2 glasses of iced water on the table. She took out a pad and pen.
"What can I get you both?"
Emil and Laura ordered the same, coffee and a slice of pizza.
"There's nothing to discuss," said Emil, when sure the waitress was out of earshot. "A requirement to shut down an illegal abortion clinic turned out to have the world's most wanted Nazi at its centre. The Brazilians must have got wind I was the officer assigned to the task, and now Josef Mengele is on their turf. They want to know what I know."
"Which is?"
Fixing his most reliable poker face, Emil lied as if Laura's uncle was sitting in front of him.
"Nothing. Never met the man. The eagle had long since flown the coop, as the Americans say."
He smiled at the waitress, returning with a jug of coffee.
"You're lying."
Emil and the waitress looked at Laura.
"Ouch!"
Emil sprang to fend off the hot coffee pouring into his lap.
"Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry, sir,"
said the waitress, slamming the jug onto the table.
"Let me get you a cloth."
She took off for the kitchen again. Still in pain, Emil grabbed the cubes of ice from his water and pressed them into his groin. Sorry if I caused that, said Laura, reaching for the coffee jug. My superior ability to spot a lie is not as well developed as my other senses. She filled Emil's cup. So I often follow up with an accusation to see if the truth can be revealed that way.
And, said Emil, standing as if someone had kicked him where it hurts. Laura poured a coffee of her own.
I don't know yet. You've spent 10 years in a profession that deals in lies, so you would have to be pretty good at it.
Emil retook his seat. I'm not lying. Raising the cup to her lips, Laura's view of Emil narrowed.
Like I say, you're good at it.
The waitress returned, with the promised cloth, the pizza, and more apologies. Emil relieved the lady of all three. She headed for other customers. Can we change this subject? Said Emil, replacing the ice with the dishcloth and taking a bite out of his food.
Why? Telling lies making you feel uncomfortable?
Emil's chewing was accompanied by a shake of the head.
Okay, then, said Laura. Discovering the world's most wanted Nazi was involved in the abortions case would explain why someone sent 2 assassins. They thought you knew too much, so wanted you dead. But how did you manage to not only avoid their ambush, but kill both so efficiently?
Emil swallowed his mouthful. You've read my report, then?
It's the autopsies that get me, continued Laura. The pathologist's sketches especially. They clearly show that each man was killed by a single bullet fired from your gun, and in the same part of the chest, the sternum.
You're not the only good shot, Laura.
True, but I've read your PFA resume too, and the best you've ever managed is a 4-inch grouping at 25 yards.
Emil returned his pizza to its plate. Look, let's get one thing clear, Miss Know-It-All, little sister. Truth and lies are something only children, parents, guardians, and sometimes the law courts obsess about. The rest of the world accepts something much subtler operates. Human nature.
You forgot savants, said Laura. Obsessing is what we do. I can no more tell a lie than I can tolerate the deception in others.
A police officer who doesn't tell lies, said Emil through a chuckle. Now there's a first.
So you admit it then?
Now you're sounding like Maria. Emil had to look away.
Maria Fierro,
said Laura.
That he tend to send a letter addressed to her on your old desk. Is she involved with Josef Mengele too?
Emil pulled himself together.
Laura, for someone so clever and so forensically accurate when observing details, it's incredible how you've completely missed the bigger picture.
When Laura didn't answer, Emil said,
Does your genius extend to politics? Current affairs? Tell me what's going on in this country, and how that might relate to our business in Brazil, and, by some strange coincidence, your mother's decision to vacation there too.
Once again Laura's head started twitching, flitting from side to side as if scanning some invisible broadsheet suspended in midair. She refocused on Emil.
The government is in trouble.
The whole country's in trouble, said Emil. And the last time that happened, the civil unrest caused meant many families chose to escape the violence by going abroad.
Are you saying the only reason I'm escorting you to Brazil is because Uncle Bruno wants me out of the country?
Emil persisted.
When did you first learn of your posting to the 27th Precinct?
Last Monday.
The day we surrendered to Britain in the Malvinas, said Emil. And when did your mother decide to go on holiday to Brazil?
Laura looked into space.
The same day.
Her body seemed to go limp. Emil knew his honesty risked taking their fraught relationship to an even lower level, but he had to say it.
Not only has the PFA never had a female detective, but an acting sergeant has never deputized for an acting inspector.
He leaned forward in his seat.
You're not escorting me, Laura. I'm escorting you to safety.
Chapter 7. Emil indicated and prepared to turn right out of the rest stop's car park.
Turn left. We're going back.
Emil feared that might be Laura's reaction to learning the truth behind her escort duty, but anything to stop her questions about Josef Mengele.
Stay focused, Sergeant, he said. We have a job to do.
I can't believe my favourite uncle has done this to me. Turn left.
A toot made Emil check the rearview mirror,
The car behind flashed its headlights.
"We're still professionals, Sergeant Gomez. Concentrate on Brazil."
Laura scoffed.
"You might still be a police officer, Inspector Vazquez, but I've just resigned. Turn left. We're going back to Buenos Aires."
"You can't resign just like that," said Emil, still looking in the rearview mirror. A line of cars was forming. "There's a protocol to follow."
"Like what?"
"A resignation letter for a start."
"Then the sooner we get back to the station, the sooner I can write it. Turn left."
Laura stared ahead.
"And to think he's been like a father to me since Dad died."
She folded her arms.
"Well, Uncle Bruno is about to find out his daughter has not only grown up, she's wised up too. And if he thinks I'm going to carry on accepting his patriarchal pats on the head, he can think—"
Her attention had shot back to Emil. Not that he met Laura's gaze. His concern was on the man getting out of the car behind.
"And now I'm no longer an acting detective sergeant in the PFA," said Laura. "I can deliver Emiliano Vazquez a few home truths too."
She launched a verbal assault.
"You are the most arrogant, pig-headed, chauvinistic, sexist dinosaur of misogynist I have ever met."
She lampooned Emil.
"Ooh, a female detective. Whatever next? Women being allowed to think for themselves?"
A rap of a knuckle on the driver's window made Emil reach for the winder. Laura hadn't finished.
"So what's your excuse for thinking women are only useful for cooking, cleaning, sex, and making babies when you want them? Did Mummy not give you enough cuddles? Take you off the teat too early? Spank you too hard for wetting the bed?"
Emil was about to apologize to the man standing outside, open-mouthed, when Laura leaned across Emil to shout at him instead.
"Are you blind as well as stupid? Go around! There's plenty of room. Or is your male ego too big to fit in a modern world?"
Emil looked at the man's stunned expression.
"Well, you heard the lady,"
he said. The man headed back to his car. Still seething, Laura refolded her arms and sat back. Activating the Ford's hazard flashers, Emil lit a cigarette. He didn't want to think of what Captain Gomez might do if he and Laura were to turn up outside his office, so Brazil was the only option. Emil sighed.
"I didn't shoot the two men sent to kill me."
"Then who did?"
Laura's arms were still folded.
"The boy I was showing how to fire my gun."
Laura frowned.
"Go on."
The car behind drove past, the occupants mouthing something as unintelligible as it appeared uncomplimentary. Laura stuck out her tongue and gave the finger.
"Only if we turn right," continued Emil. "Turn left and the truth will always be a mystery to you."
He was gambling on the obsession part of Laura's savantism. Well, that and every woman's thirst for gossip. Maybe Emil was a misogynist after all. Laura smelled a rat.
"I want to know everything. Every single detail. And if I for one moment even suspect you're lying to me, we're turning round and going back."
Emil said what he thought would seal the deal.
Josef Mengele didn't just carry out abortions in Bariloche. He carried on with the medical experiments he had been conducting in Auschwitz.
He looked at Laura.
Medical experiments on children.
Laura's response was to stare at Emil in silence. She waved her hand towards Brazil. Switching off the hazard lights, Emil extinguished his cigarette and turned right. As promised, Emil took Laura through the abortion case's every detail, and exactly how he had investigated it, step by step. From meeting the resident padre on the outskirts of the village, the orphans, the evil that had visited them, the house where the atrocities had taken place, everything up to the killing of the assassin sent to murder Emil after he had left Bariloche the following day. Emil didn't mention the more bizarre aspects of the doctor's work. Describing the butcher's unsettling methods was enough, and Emil certainly wasn't going to admit tracking down and confronting the infamous Angel of Death 2 years later. Not that lying or avoiding the subject became necessary. Laura was so hungry for information, most of the journey was spent describing the horrific contents of the specimen jars in the abortion clinic's basement. The strange head cage device Mengele used to drill into each child's skull, too. Indeed, by the time Emil had finished, they were halfway to Brazil and arriving at that night's accommodation, a motel. Emil chose not to mention Maria or her family by name either, referring to his fiancée as Mengele's housekeeper. No point in complicating matters that way. So, said Laura as Emil parked up, Mengele was trying to create a real-life version of Hitler's Übermensch. Superman.
Emil removed the pistols from the glove box, and given one of the orphans not only managed to tear through the handcuffs I'd stuck on him, but grabbed my gun and killed 2 assassins by putting a bullet through each man's sternum, I'd say Mengele was well on his way to succeeding.
Laura shook her head, which for once wasn't aimed at Emil's lies. The motel was a converted hacienda. The owners must have decided there was more money to be made in hosting weary travellers than tending the adjacent fields. The path to the sprawling single-story accommodation hosted a shrine to the Virgin halfway, and Laura stopped opposite. She carved a sign of the cross in the air.
"Do you have any matches?"
Emil gave her the box. Lighting a tea light inside the shrine, Laura whispered a prayer, in memory of her father, Emil presumed.
"Do you have faith, Emil?"
said Laura, opening her eyes. Assuming he was still under oath to his deputy, Emil told the truth.
"I believe in God, if that's what you mean. But I'm not the most devout of Catholics."
The day was drawing to a close, and Laura looked up at the first of that night's stars.
"We should visit a church and ask the priest for a blessing."
Emil assumed that would be for their professional relationship. Laura hadn't completely given up on a career in the police then. They arrived in reception, the pair booking themselves in as Mr. Emil Vazquez and his sister Laura. Not that the proprietor and his wife seemed to believe it. The rooms allocated couldn't have been further apart if they had tried. And as the old couple hovering during Emil and Laura's evening meal made discussing the abortion case impossible, retiring for the night became the priority. It was getting late anyway. Kissing each other on the cheek for appearance's sake, Emil headed for the motel's west wing and Laura the east. One tepid and drizzle-like shower later, and Emil was between the sheets, trying to ignore the disgust of having to remove a loose strand of hair first. Turning off the bedside lamp, Emil settled down for the night. Emil opened his eyes. Was that a knock on the door? There it was again. He checked his watch. It was 2:00 in the morning.
"Emil, it's me. Open the door."
What did Laura want at this time? Removing his gun from under the pillow, Emil tiptoed across the floor and squeezed the door ajar. "What is it?" he said, opening the door fully and looking down the corridor to ensure Laura was alone.
"I can't sleep."
"What's the matter? Your sheet's dirty too?"
"Who's Maria Fierro?"
Emil glared at Laura.
"You got me out of bed at 2 in the morning, knowing full well my answer was going to be mind your own business."
"She was Mengele's housekeeper, wasn't she?"
Whatever expression had crossed Emil's features this time, Laura saw straight through it.
"I knew it."
Emil groaned, headed back to the bed, dropped the gun on the sheets, sat and put his head in his hands.
"But she wasn't just his housekeeper, was she?"
Closing the door behind, Laura tiptoed closer.
"That return to sender letter was addressed to the University of Utah in the United States. That's a teaching hospital, which can only mean one thing. Maria Fierro must have been Mengele's medical assistant."
There was no way Emil was going to drag Maria into this. Not knowing why his beloved had stopped replying to his letters was traumatic enough, without the pain of acknowledging the horror she had performed on Mengele, the exact same procedure the monster had used on the orphans. Emil's mind's eye filled with images from the nightmare he had suffered the night he realized how the head cage device worked. Visions of Maria drilling into Mengele's brain tormented Emil once more, and he squeezed his temples to force them out. A thought occurred, and Emil's hands fell to his lap. He looked at Laura.
"Are you okay?"
"You're 22 years old," he said.
"And?"
said Laura. "That's how old Pedro would be by now."
"Who's Pedro?"
"The boy who tore open a pair of steel handcuffs before saving my life by killing the 2 assassins."
"How's that relevant?"
Emil got off the bed.
"How strong are you?"
Laura shrugged.
"No more or less than the average woman my age. Why?"
He moved closer.
"I need to check your scalp for scars."
Laura laughed.
"What? You're not seriously suggesting I'm involved in this?"
You said yourself Mengele was trying to create supermen, and by your own admission you have super senses. I need to check your scalp."
She gave him a look. "My super senses are God-given, not the work of the devil." Emil poised his hands. Laura sighed. "Go on, then." Cupping his deputy's face, Emil's hands passed under Laura's ears, around the back of her neck, and in a slow, deliberate manner, Emil worked his fingers up and through Laura's hair in search of something he prayed he wouldn't find, the telltale series of post-operative dents left over from Mengele's intrusive procedure. Laura reacted as if being given a head massage. She closed her eyes. The door opened.
"Stop that! Stop that right now!"
It was the motel proprietor and his wife.
"Disgusting! Just disgusting!" said the latter.
The proprietor was holding a shotgun.
"Get your things and get out!"
he said, using the dangerous end to show the way.
"Just what are you insinuating?" said Laura. My brother was just running his fingers through my hair, that's all." "In which case, your sins are even more disgusting."
Clasping her hands, the proprietor's wife looked up at the ceiling and said,
"Lord, please forgive these most perverted of all your lost sheep, for they know not what they do." "Perverted? Now listen to me. We are—"
Emil had put a hand over Laura's mouth, not because he feared she was about to blow their cover, but because of what Captain Gomez might do if these two were to make an official complaint and detail what they had witnessed. The words, "I'll kill you," popped into Emil's head. He gulped. After 5 minutes of hasty redressing and packing, Emil and Laura were back in the Ford.
"But where are we supposed to go?" said Laura.
"I don't care,"
said Emil, looking at the wife kneeling in front of the motel shrine, and her husband continuing to point the way with the shotgun.
"As long as it's far away from here."
30 minutes of night driving later, the headlights picked out a sign for a rest stop, as deserted as the highway when they drove into it.
"Oh, for goodness sake, Emil, park here. We need to get some sleep."
Reclining her seat, Laura repurposed her coat as a makeshift blanket and said,
"You had better not snore."
Chapter 8.
"Wake up, sleepyhead."
Emil opened an eye. Laura was holding a steaming plastic cup in one hand and a paper bag containing something else in the other.
"Breakfast in bed."
"What time is it?"
said Emil, peering at the car's dashboard to answer his own question.
7 o'clock. We need to get go— Ow!
His reach for breakfast became a palm in the small of his back.
"Congratulations,"
said Laura.
"You're the first man to sleep with me."
She winked.
"Sleep being the operative word."
"Sergeant Gomez,"
said Emil, extracting himself from the car as if being born and having to exercise limbs for the first time.
"Does it ever occur to you that the truth can sometimes be too much information?"
Rubbing an eye, he accepted the coffee and pastry.
"So we're back to me, Tarzan, you Jane."
"No, we're back to you, Deputy me boss."
Emil munched on the Media Luna while delivering a home truth.
"And my patriarchal concern this time is for how an offhand comment like that might divide your fellow officers back at the precinct, half hating you for being a so-called modern woman, while the other half tries taking advantage of it."
"You admit men are evil, then?"
"Women can be just as determined, Laura. Margaret Thatcher being a classic example."
"The British Prime Minister? You're not still going on about the Falklands War. It's over and we're lost. Get used to it."
"Malvinas War," growled Emil. "And I strongly advise you not to have the same conversation with your uncle."
Draining his coffee, Emil deposited the empty cup and bag into a waste bin.
"Right, we had better get going. And here's another demonstration of patriarchal privilege for you."
He held out the car's keys.
"I'm allowing you to drive."
Laura snatched the bunch.
"Suits me. And in return, I'm allowing you to tell me all about your conversations with Josef Mengele."
Emil was too tired to argue.
"I'll be asleep. I didn't get a wink last night because, guess what? One of us snores and it wasn't me."
"You have met Mengele, then?"
Laura was nothing if not persistent. Ignoring the question, Emil re-entered the car via the passenger's side and, after snuggling down, closed his eyes. He had a dream. Someone else was driving the car.
Maria?
Emil sat up.
She's a nice girl, that Laura. You should marry her.
Emil looked up the road. They were on their way to Brazil.
Maria, you know there's only one woman for me.
Emil knew he was dreaming, but he had to ask,
Why have you never replied to my letters?
And being in a dream meant Maria's answer was predictably obtuse.
But that's the thing about magnets. Bringing like poles together is always more difficult than the naturally attracted. Please, Maria, you know how I feel about you. If you no longer feel the same, then just write and say so. I might not understand, but I will accept your decision. Which is why Mengele's work is so important,
continued Maria, her attention still on the road ahead.
By using surgery to resolve the world's differences, those repelled by others will become attracted, and peace and harmony can ensue. Maria, please,
Something wet ran into Emil's eye. He put a hand to his forehead. It was blood. Fearing the worst, Emil pulled down the sun visor to view his appearance in a mirror. He was presented with a shaved head streaming with red, from holes left by a series of surgical incisions.
We're here.
Emil sat bolt upright. Laura was sitting in the driver's seat. Running his fingers through a full head of hair to ensure the dream was over, Emil launched at the sun visor's mirror to double-check.
Are you all right?
Asked Laura.
Yes,
said Emil, folding the sun visor away and scanning the surroundings. Buildings, trees, directional arrows. Signs marked Iguazu Falls, duty-free, customs and police.
We're at the border already. How long have I been asleep?
A little over 10 hours.
10 hours? You've been driving for 10 hours?
Not all the way. I stopped once to freshen up with a shower, and 2 more times to fill the car with petrol.
Why didn't you wake me?
Laura gave him a look.
A, I didn't want a mouthful of abuse, and B, you were sleeping like a baby. Well, apart from the nightmare.
Emil looked at her.
Nightmare?
Yes, you kept mumbling something about a magnet.
Did I say anything else?
Laura answered with a question of her own.
Have you got a picture of Maria?
Why, what did I say?
Nothing. I'm just intrigued to know what she looks like.
Emil opened his wallet.
Oh, she's an Indio. Pretty. Half-caste Huape, actually. Her father was Italian. Actually, I think the words you're looking for are mixed race, but never mind.
Emil closed his wallet and opened the glove box.
Let's get these pistols booked in with the border police.
2 minutes later, a desk corporal was clarifying that not only would he not be securing the handguns while Emil and Laura assisted the Brazilian police, but the pair wouldn't be allowed into the country either.
But I have a direct order from my captain,
said Emil, waving the authority.
I'm sorry, sir, said the corporal, but our orders are clear. No security forces to leave Argentina until the state of emergency has been declared over. Where's your superior officer? Demanded Emil.
A border police inspector appeared.
I'm afraid my corporal's right. A spike in the number of police and military trying to escape Argentina, vacation in Brazil, means a moratorium is in place. Santo Senatero, I suppose, grumbled Emil.
Who? The corporal and his inspector had said it together.
It doesn't matter, said Emil.
On whose orders?
Said Laura.
Who can let us leave Argentina?
That will be the chief of police, miss, said the inspector.
Sergeant, sir,
corrected Laura.
How about an authority from the Ministry of Justice?
She was pointing at the office's fax machine. Emil and the 2 border police officials looked at each other.
Do you mind if I use your telephone?
Before anyone could reply, Laura had lifted the receiver and was dialing a number.
Operator, Ministry of Justice, please.
Silence was followed by,
Ministry of Justice, this is Sergeant Gomez of the Buenos Aires Police. Could you put me through to the crime department? I need to speak with Commodore Gomez. Tell his PA it's his niece, Laura.
She placed her hand over the mouthpiece.
Sorry about this, won't be long.
Laura removed her hand.
Uncle Felipe, it's Laura. Yes, being annoying as usual. Listen, We're in a bit of a fix and wondered if you could help us with—"
To the astonishment of the onlookers, Laura proceeded to not only ask this second uncle to speak with the first to confirm the nature of her escort duty, but to seek the Chief of Police's signature on whatever fax she expected Commodore Gomez to send. After passing him the fax machine's telephone number, Laura promised to drop by the next time she was in town and replace the receiver.
"It's going to take a couple of hours, apparently."
Laura grinned at Emil.
"Shall we go sightseeing, sir? I've never seen the Iguazu Falls."
Chapter 9. The Iguazu Falls, Argentinian side. Walls of water, multiple rainbows, cloudless skies, monkeys leaping through sunbeams, penetrating a subtropical jungle of verdant green, parrots, toucans, parakeets, other exotic birds. If it wasn't for the rest of the tourists crammed on this viewing platform, Emil could imagine Laura and he had been transported to paradise. The experience certainly beat recollecting Mengele's horrors. Emil had just shielded the setting sun with a hand when a butterfly alighted on it. He brought the hand up close, but the insect flew away.
"Oh, very impressive," he said.
"The largest continuous system of waterfalls in the world," said Laura, reading from a leaflet. "The noise alone is enough to astound me."
"I'm not talking about the spectacle," said Emil. "I'm talking about your family connections."
A second butterfly landed, on Emil's shoulder this time.
"Just how many high-ranking uncles have you got?"
11, all serving Argentina in one way or another, but only 8 are in positions of authority.
Laura raised an eyebrow at Emil.
"Told you I would be useful."
"I guess it's not what you know, but who?"
Emil tutted when this butterfly also refused to sit still.
"Although in your case both would seem to apply."
Mocking modesty with an exaggerated shrug, Laura looked over the barrier they were leaning on and into the mist and spray of waters boiling below.
"How many bodies do you think are down there?"
she said, changing the subject.
"The dirty war has been responsible for the disappearance of thousands, so there would have to be a few."
Laura turned to Emil and lowered her voice.
"How many did you murder?"
Emil squared up to his sergeant.
"If you must know, I haven't even killed, let alone murdered, anyone."
He peered at Laura out of one eye.
"Unless you think I'm lying again."
The robot thing was followed by,
"No, not telling the truth." "How many people has Uncle Bruno murdered?"
Try as he might, Emil couldn't hold Laura's gaze this time. And if that hadn't revealed his discomfort with the question, shifting feet and Emil's need to hide his hands soon had.
"There you go again," said Laura, "giving away more information than words ever could."
She returned to looking over the barrier.
"Let's hope the Brazilian police are less perceptive."
Ice cream for Laura and a much-needed shave for Emil later, and the pair were back in the Ford outside the Border Police's office.
"What's that on your top lip?"
Emil scratched the stubble.
"The beginnings of a moustache. I'm the only inspector in the PFA without one."
Laura's cynicism for her country's security forces was still there.
"Well, I suppose if you're going to fit in with the rest of the Mexican-style bandits that keep so-called order on this continent, you may as well look like one."
Emil was about to respond when sight of by order General Ramon Camps at the bottom of the fax that had just been passed through the passenger side's open window caused him to stare at Laura instead. The corporal saluted and left.
"How on earth did your uncle convince the chief of police to sign it?"
"I doubt this signature's real," said Laura, securing her seatbelt. "Uncle Felipe will have forged it."
Emil's open mouth became a gape.
"I thought the truth meant everything to you."
Laura indicated, pulled out of the Border Police car park and headed for a sign marked Brazil Customs.
"It does. But can I help it if the rest of my family are a bunch of liars, crooks, and murderers?"
Chapter 10. Brazil, the city of Foz do Iguaçu. Visas inspected and passports stamped, the customs officer steered the pair towards 2 characters whose appearance seemed to lend credence to Laura's Mexican bandit conviction. Droopy moustaches, greasy hair, unkempt clothes atop scuffed Cuban heels, pistols sticking out of waist belts. Add ponchos and sombreros, and the plain-clothes Brazilian police officers could have passed for extras in a spaghetti western.
"Right," said Emil under his breath as Laura and he approached. "This is an order, Sergeant Gomez. From now on, I do the talking."
The visitors produced their warrant cards.
"I'm Inspector Emil Vazquez of the Buenos Aires PFA," said Emil, "and this is my deputy, Sergeant Laura Gomez."
The Rio de Janeiro officers appeared about to complete the formalities when they looked at Laura as if being made the butt of a joke.
"You're kidding," said one.
Emil guessed female police detectives must have been as rare in Brazil as they were in Argentina.
"No wonder your country's going down the pan,"
said the other. He threw a thumb over his shoulder.
"Follow our car."
Returning to their own vehicle, Emil didn't need Laura's body language skills to know what narrowed lips and folded arms meant.
"Don't make this any more complicated than it needs to be, Sergeant Gomez. The sooner I've answered their questions, the sooner we can go back to sightseeing."
"That's all right, sir,"
said Laura, eyes fixed so hard on the windscreen, Emil feared her super senses might be about to shatter glass by negative thought alone.
"I know my place."
Driving into Foz do Iguaçu's central police station, Emil parked the Ford where the gate guard had instructed. Exiting the car, he and Laura trailed their two contacts into the building, its brutalist Italianate design reminding Emil of a PFA detention centre. An impression bolstered when, after further ID checks and phone calls, the visitors were led down rather than up the police station and into the holding cells beneath. The torturing of captives always took place below ground in Argentina. Easier to hide screams that way.
"I thought I was being interviewed, not interrogated,"
Emil couldn't help saying when he and Laura found themselves standing in what could only be described as a windowless dungeon.
"Well, you lot would know about that,"
said one of the hosts. The other Brazilian had acquired a case file on the way, which he placed on the room's only table before inviting Emil and Laura to take the chairs opposite. He and his colleagues sat facing them. Besides the case file, the table supported a tape recorder, which was in the middle of being prepared when the dungeon's metal door reopened and in walked a fifth individual. Clean, tidy, expensive suit, shiny black leather briefcase and matching shoes. If this sophisticated mid-40s gentleman was a policeman, he wasn't from the same department as Cheech and Chong here. Without a word of acknowledgement, the stranger took the room's only other chair, in a corner behind the hosts. Taking a gold pen from the inside of his jacket and a folder from the briefcase, the stranger made an entry. Maybe he was a performance assessor. Laura visibly bristled as the Brazilian officers at the table produced cigarettes. Not wanting to add to her distress, Emil refused the offer of a Marlboro, even though he was desperate for one. Shrugs from the interviewers became a flash from a cigarette lighter, 2 intakes of smoke, and the officer nearest the tape machine pressing a button marked Record.
"It's just after 2000 hours on Friday the 25th of June 1982, he said, looking at a wall clock. "In the room are Detectives Pinto and de Cruz of the Rio de Janeiro Police and Detectives Vazquez and Gomez of the Buenos Aires PFA.
That's weird, thought Emil. No mention of the stranger in the corner.
"Detective Inspector Vazquez," continued Pinto, opening the case file. "Do you recognize the body in these photographs?"
Morgue shots. Josef Mengele. Unmistakable. The angel of death was dead after all. Thank God for that. Controlling his relief, Emil said,
"Well, I assume it must be Josef Mengele."
"What makes you say that?" said de Cruz.
"Because I've never seen, let alone met the man, and he's the reason we're here."
Laura coughed and waved a hand through the smoke drifting her way. Emil's lie wasn't the only thing she was having to tolerate.
"Have you seen these before?"
said Pinto, producing a couple of old newspapers. Emil recognized the first copy by the news item ringed in red ink and headlined The Miracle. A mother had freed her children after their car had overturned and caught fire. The miracle referred to the strength she mustered when having to wrench open the car's mangled doors and lift the vehicle off the last child, a power Mengele said his so-called medical advance was designed to free in everyone. But the other newspaper was new to Emil. If the date the 12th of November 1974 at the top could be described as new, the launch of ARA Salta, the Argentinian Navy's latest submarine,
Someone, presumably Mengele, had written U-817 on the submarine's photograph. Emil shook his head at both publications.
For the sake of the tape, said Pinto, Inspector Vazquez has just indicated no.
The Brazilians were about to move on when they both frowned. At Laura. Her coughing escalating, Laura's head-switching had made an appearance, back and forth between the two newspapers. Emil Sargent was taking in every printed word, confirmed when she began running her fingers over the news items as if the smoky atmosphere was forcing her to. Reaching the bottom of the page, Laura stood.
"I'm sorry,"
she said through more coughs and splutters.
"But I simply must get out of here."
Pinto and de Cruz laughed.
"Come on then, sweetheart,"
said the former, getting to his feet.
"Let's see if we can't find you somewhere less stressful."
"Yeah," said the latter,
"like the kitchen."
Fearing for what his deputy might say, or worse, vent the moment she had recovered, Emil blurted,
"I'm sorry, but Sergeant Gomez has just returned from an undercover operation, where she had to kill more men than anticipated."
Pinto and de Cruz looked at Emil in the way they had at the border crossing, not knowing if he was joking. Maintaining his detached expression, Emil added,
"Which would be stressful for the hardest of men, let alone a woman."
Pinto and de Cruz visibly swallowed. They looked at each other, as if not knowing what to do. The stranger in the corner spoke.
"That's all right, gentlemen. You can both escort Sergeant Gomez to fresher air."
He smiled at the two men.
"Safety in numbers and all that."
Stubbing out their cigarettes, Pinto and de Cruz escorted Laura out of the room at a speed that suggested they couldn't do it fast enough. The door closed.
"Pretty girl,"
said the stranger, breaking the brief silence that had followed.
"I assume you're taking full advantage of your professional relationship?"
Emil could only stare. His blood was boiling. It was the stranger's accent. He was an American. Chapter 11. Returning the folder to his briefcase, the American left his seat, approached the table and pressed the recorder's stop button.
"There. Now we can talk freely."
Emil glanced to ensure the tape wasn't turning. Not that it mattered. The room was probably bugged.
"I don't talk to traitors,"
he said.
"Traitors?"
The American had wrinkled his brow.
"If you lot hadn't helped the British, not only would we have won the war, but half of Argentina wouldn't be trying to flee the country and I wouldn't be in this room." "Oh, you mean the Falklands War," said the American. "I'm sure you're right, but that had nothing to do with me."
"Malvinas War," growled Emil.
"Not the best of starts to our partnership," said the American, placing his briefcase next to Pinto's seat and getting comfortable. "How can Uncle Sam make it up to you?"
Partnership? Comparing his watch to the time on the wall, Emil shoved his hands into his pockets, sat back and waited for Laura and her escort to return. The seconds ticked by, during which the American went through the morgue shots and newspapers.
"The notorious Angel of Death," he said. "Died from a stroke while out for a swim, apparently. Don't you think that's too easy a way out for a monster like him?"
Emil could see where this was going. Help us find those Nazis still alive and yet to face justice, and in return we'll make a promise which will be reneged on the first chance we get, like not helping the British win the war for the Malvinas Islands. Emil maintained his non-compliance.
"What do you think these are?"
The American had reopened his briefcase and produced a new photograph. Another morgue shot of Mengele. A close-up this time, of what could be seen when parting the hair on the cadaver's head, the scars left from the assistance Maria had given the old Nazi.
"No idea,"
said Emil, refixing his attention on the wall clock.
"Most strange,"
said the American, studying the image.
"The monster was so evil, he actually appears to have conducted some sick and twisted medical experiment on himself."
He looked into space, and after tapping the edge of the photograph against his bottom lip, said,
"Mind you, I suppose they could have been made by someone else."
The I know more than you think smile reappeared.
Surely not. No, this was a classic bluff. There was no way in a million years anyone could know Maria had... And have you seen the life of luxury Mengele had been living while you and your fellow Argentines struggled through poverty? Another photograph from the briefcase. Mengele's house in Ariloche. Emil's ability to control his emotions was being tested like never before. For not only had the image been taken before the house had burned to the ground, but Emil was with the adults and children seen standing in front of the building. Emil had always suspected he had been followed. Now he knew. And here's another of the monster's many abodes. Not as luxurious as a Swiss chalet-style schloss nestling in the foothills of the Andes Mountains, I grant you, but still comfortable nonetheless. It was the Brazilian farmhouse where Emil had finally tracked down and confronted Mengele. But again, that wasn't what was beginning to breach the wall protecting Emil's fears. It was the person, crouched, pistol in hand, and about to enter the property's backyard. "They've been faked," said Emil, having to force his latest lie through gritted teeth. "Someone's trying to incriminate me." "Oh, I don't think so," said the American, eyes switching between the two images. He leaned towards Emil. "I took the photographs." The door opened, making Emil jump. It was Pinto. "Sorry to have wasted your time, sir. You can go." He stood back to allow Emil to pass. "Sergeant Gomez will meet you at your car." Emil had heard the man, but the situation had just rocketed to a new concern. The paradox of wanting to know everything about the American while needing to get as far away from him as possible. Repacking his briefcase, the American closed the latches, extended a hand, and said, "It's getting late, and you've had a long day, Inspector Vazquez. Shall we continue this conversation another time? Say, your hotel? Tomorrow morning at 8? Emil took the hand, but only the American did the shaking. Still shocked, Emil passed Laura on the way out of the building. She was on the phone again. Mouthing, "See you in the car," Laura gave a thumbs up before resuming her conversation with whoever was on the other end. Emil couldn't even return a nod. His mind was racing, through every answer he would need to have ready for whatever blackmail the American was sure to attempt the following morning. Returning to the Ford, Emil got inside and watched as this latest nemesis left the building. Despite being after dark, the police station's car park was lit well enough for the American to meet Emil's stare, with a cheery wave. The stranger entered his own vehicle, a late 1970s Chevrolet sporting diplomatic plates. Laura left the building wearing a similar know-it-all grin. What she had gleaned from the newspapers, no doubt. "Right," she said, joining Emil inside the Ford. "Are you ready for this? U-817 was a Type 9 D-class World War II Nazi submarine." Emil didn't answer. He was watching the Chevy backing out of its parking space. Maybe drawing attention to Mengele's head scars was a bluff. Wanting the names of Emil's contacts when tracking down the monster would make more sense.
"Did you hear what I said?"
"Yes," mumbled Emil, eyes following the Chevy. U-817 was a German submarine.
"As well," continued Laura, "U-669, 683, 703, 709.
She reeled off an entire fleet of World War II German submarines, nearly all of which went in one of Emil's ears and out of the other.
921, 925, and finally U-927. That's 14 U-boats altogether."
The American departed the police station, giving what Laura had said a chance to sink in. "Why would a newspaper item about a new Argentinian submarine mention a bunch of old German ones?"
"It didn't," said Laura. "What had been written on whatever was lying on top of the newspaper did."
Laura flexed her fingers.
"You won't be surprised to learn that amongst my plethora of super senses are super sight and super touch."
"Wait," said Emil. "You're telling me you can see and touch words written in the past?"
"No, silly. I mean, sir, the indentations the author had left on the newspaper."
Emil looked at his sergeant as if she had been the victim of one of Mengele's sick medical experiments after all.
"Here,"
she said.
"Take a look."
The sheet of paper landed in Emil's lap. It appeared to be a manifest of what each U-boat had been carrying.
Emil examined this written version of Laura's Braille-like skills. His deputy had even gone to the trouble of copying the text exactly as the original had been written. Certainly it looked like Mengele's handwriting, but being in German it may as well have been hieroglyphics to Emil, and he was about to ask Laura to translate when she stabbed the paper with a finger.
"Gold,"
said Laura.
5 metric tons. Each U-boat arrived in Argentina laden with 5 tons of Nazi gold. 70 tons altogether. Enough to fill a warehouse. But that's not the best bit.
Her enthusiasm drew Emil's attention to a sentence Mengele had double underlined.
Muss sicher aufbewahrt werden, she said. He must be kept safe. You know who he has to refer to, don't you?
Emil shrugged. Laura paused for effect.
Adolf Hitler,
she said grandly. Emil groaned, slumped in the driver's seat and put a hand to his head.
Oh, thank you, God, for sending me a fantasist instead of a sergeant.
What are you talking about? How much more evidence do you need?
Sergeant Gomez, Hitler escaping to Argentina in a submarine laden with Nazi gold has to be just about the most popular conspiracy theory going. Bookshops are full of the nonsense.
Submarines plural.
Laura wasn't giving up.
Then why would Mengele be so meticulous when writing down the details? Oh, for goodness sake, look at it logically. If Mengele did write that list using a newspaper as a rest, it was clearly done in 1974. The date at the top of the newspaper proves that. Hitler would have been well into his 80s, and probably dead.
That's what Uncle Arnold said.
Who's Uncle Arnold?
Vice Admiral Arnold Gomez, said Laura. I rang him for more information on this submarine article. The maiden voyage of A.R.A. Salter. He's second in command at La Plata Naval Academy.
Of course he is,
said Emil with a sigh. He was beginning to wish he had been born into a family with more connections than the Buenos Aires train to Rio.
Glad to hear someone in the Gomez dynasty agrees with me.
Besides the German language and numbers, there were some meaningless squiggles.
What are these?
Said Emil.
Oh, I couldn't make those words out, said Laura. Mengele didn't press hard enough.
Emil brought the paper up to an eye.
That's a D, isn't it?
He said before adding,
and that second word starts with a J.
Laura retrieved her renderings.
The first word has 3 letters, she said. So, der, or maybe das, the German word for the.
A sudden interest replaced Emil's incredulity.
What did your uncle say about A.R.A. Salter?
Nothing much. Just how her maiden voyage was supposed to include a peace mission to Britain, which had to be cancelled when they refused to discuss the future of the Malvinas Islands.
So A.R.A. Salter was scheduled to go to Britain?
Emil scratched his chin.
I think that second word is Junge, boy, which means the first sentence reads, the boy, he must be kept safe.
Boy, said Laura. What boy?
Emil could scarcely believe it himself, but given what Mengele had told him 3 years previously, there was no other explanation. Emil wondered if he shouldn't continue denying Laura the truth, but how this latest revelation might be connected to whatever partnership the American would propose was uppermost in his mind. Figuring Laura would work it out anyway, Emil said,
The boy Mengele's experiments had succeeded in creating.
He looked at Laura.
An Übermensch. A Superman.
Chapter 12. Finishing the explanation, Emil started the Ford's engine, switched on the headlights and headed for that night's hotel.
Let me see if I have this right, said Laura.
Mengele's experiments with creating Supermen culminated in him producing a child who not only knocks my super senses out of the park and anyone daring to challenge him physically, but he can read and manipulate thoughts too.
That's about the long and the short of it, said Emil.
And all at the behest of the British?
And the Americans. If their latest interest and currency of the bribes meant to keep my mouth shut was anything to go by.
Emil looked at his passenger.
$dollar bills.
Laura's tut of disbelief elevated to disgust.
You know, just when I think my opinion of the opposite sex couldn't get any lower, I'm treated to a new depth of male depravity.
Expecting another diatribe of misandry to follow, Emil was about to head it off with the threat of a cigarette when his deputy seemed to mellow.
Thank you for saving me back there, by the way.
Saving?
From the bigotry brothers and their torture chamber of an interview room. You mustn't lie, though. Lies always come back to bite you.
I did it to save the PFA's reputation, as well as yours, Sergeant Gomez. You know competition between the Brazilians and us goes way beyond football.
All the same, you didn't have to do it. And I appreciate that.
Laura paused before adding,
But don't make a habit of it. I might end up respecting my boss instead of having to put up with him, and that would never do. Turn left at the next junction.
10 more minutes of Laura's internal navigation system doing the guiding, and they were at the accommodation.
Back to playing siblings again?
Asked Laura.
Only if you promise not to pay your big brother a visit or two in the morning.
It was the other way around. For as much as Emil needed a good night's sleep, speculating on what the strange American wanted wouldn't allow it. One thing was clear, however. If the stranger was to persist in his enigmatic ways, having a human lie detector like Laura present to interpret every tick, cough and throat clearance could be vital. A knock on Laura's door later, and Emil was presenting the plan. Their previous bedroom encounter reversed, him standing in the middle of the hotel room while Laura sat on the bed. She nodded throughout.
Well, what do you think?
Said Emil, rubbing his palms in keen anticipation.
Happy to sit on your hands for a second time while I lie through my teeth?
Her reply perplexed him.
But my escort duty finished the moment the Brazilians no longer needed you. And as interesting as this American sounds, answering his questions about Josef Mengele is beyond your remit too. Just ignore him.
Emil looked at Laura as if she'd taken leave of her senses.
But what if he were to tell Captain Gomez what he knows? And what about my contacts, their families? They could be in danger.
Laura gave another nod.
Yes. Very sad. Still can't be helped.
She got into the bed. Pulling the covers up, Laura said,
Turn the light off on your way out, would you please, sir?
Emil stood his ground.
What do you want, Laura?
She said, pretending to fall asleep.
What bribe am I going to have to pay to get my sergeant to stand by my side?
Laura sat bolt upright, giving Emil her full attention.
Well, isn't that just typical of someone whose entire career is based on bribes?
She was out of bed like the proverbial scolded cat.
I don't want money, and never have. I want what all normal human beings want, respect.
The lecture Emil had expected earlier commenced.
When I say 14 German U-boats laden with more gold than Fort Knox landed in Argentina after World War II, I expect my boss to at least consider the possibility, particularly when my unique methods of detection also revealed something even he didn't know about Josef Mengele.
Emil ignored the flecks of spit landing on his face.
Second, I demand acceptance. You might be my boss, but we are also a team. And as you've convinced me Adolf Hitler probably isn't living the high life somewhere in South America, the whole of that relationship must therefore be greater than the sum of its parts, and my involvement equally vital. Respect and acceptance is what I want. Have I made myself clear?
Under other circumstances, Emil might have found a pretty young woman standing in pyjamas, pert, braless breasts heaving as she recovered from her outburst, somewhat alluring. But nothing could distract Emil from what he might have to face tomorrow morning. That and his love for Maria. Emil apologized. Laura pointed at the bed.
Thank you, sir. Please, take a seat.
With a heavy sigh, Emil did.
Right, said Laura, pacing. From what you've told me, I think we can discount the American being a Nazi hunter. That's the Israelis. And you can forget about him making life difficult for your informers, too. No. What he's after is obvious from the photographs he showed you.
Laura ceased pacing.
The identity of the person who made the scars on Mengele's head.
Maria, you mean?
The American has been following you. Don't you think he might not only have seen everything you did, but come to the same conclusions? The specimen jars in the basement, the head cage device used to operate on the children? And what about the documentation Uncle Bruno said had to be burned to cover up the monster's crimes?
Laura stepped closer to Emil.
The only thing the American is unaware of is Maria Fierro's skills as Mengele's medical assistant and the Ubermensch boy you mentioned.
How do you know that? Laura leaned towards Emil.
Because if he did, Maria would be the one fretting about a meeting with a strange American tomorrow morning.
Emil clenched his fists.
If he was to so much as try and...
Conscious of the more immediate concern, Emil trailed off. Laura went back to pacing.
Of course, there is something else we, and on a more personal level, you might have to come to terms with.
She faced Emil.
The reason your fiancé has been returning your letters unopened.
Laura cleared her throat, and for the first time Emil sensed his deputy might be about to say something less logical and more human for a change.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Emil frowned.
I would have thought that was obvious. Mengele saved Maria from her father's sexual abuse. She wouldn't be the first captive to fall in love with a rescuer just as evil.
I'm not talking about Maria's feelings for Mengele. I'm talking about her love for his work.
Emil got to his feet.
Nonsense! Maria would never dream of such a thing. If you had seen how much she and her mother cared for the orphans, wanting to continue Mengele's evil is the last thing you would accuse Maria of.
She's just started a medical degree in the US, Emil. Were Maria to specialize in surgery, and neurosurgery in particular...
Emil reclenched his fists.
Now listen to me. Mengele impregnated Maria's mother with 7 embryos, 6 of which he callously murdered after they were born, and all because the British had ordered just the one so-called perfect child. So when I tell you Maria would never do such a thing, I expect you to believe it.
Emil turned his head to one side.
Or does respect and acceptance only work one way in this greater-than-the-sum-of-its-parts relationship?
Laura was unmoved.
I said it was something we might have to come to terms with, not a fact.
Well, consider this a fact, said Emil, making for the door. I'm meeting the American tomorrow morning, but haven't a clue what my sergeant will be doing.
He left. Chapter 13. Cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other, Emil chain-smoked the last 30 minutes before the American's expected arrival.
"This is where you are,"
said Laura, standing in the hotel's entrance.
"Aren't you having any breakfast?"
Emil's eyes swept the street for the umpteenth time.
"I'll eat after the meeting."
Emil needed more than food. Try as he might, he hadn't had a wink of sleep.
"You look awful,"
said Laura, demonstrating another example of a need to tell the truth at diplomacy's expense.
"Can I get you an Alka-Seltzer or something?"
Emil didn't answer. He was watching the 1970s Chevrolet with diplomatic plates that had come into view. Parking opposite the hotel, the American exited the vehicle, straightened the tie to his smart suit, and after spotting the pair, gave another of his cheery waves. He then moved to the car's trunk, recovering his briefcase and something new, a long cardboard tube. Crossing the street, the American climbed the steps needed to reach Emil and Laura's level, placed his briefcase on the floor, and, after patting his brow with a handkerchief, said,
"Good morning. Thought I'd arrive a few minutes early to set things up, but as you're already here, you can give me a hand."
He gestured with the cardboard tube. Emil finished his coffee, stubbed out the cigarette, grabbed his hold-all, exchanged raised eyebrows with Laura, and together they followed the American. The hotel was expecting him, for no sooner had the strange American spoken with the receptionist than all 3 visitors were standing in a conference room, replete with a central table and surrounding chairs. The receptionist left.
"Give me a hand, would you?"
said the American, prizing a lid from the cardboard tube. Placing his hold-all on the floor, Emil withdrew the poster-like document inside. He held the loose end down on the table while Laura unrolled what turned out to be a map of South America, the entire continent. Her fingers slipped, allowing the map to roll back up again.
"Oh, that's annoying," said the American. "But don't worry. I'm sure to have a couple of paperweights in here somewhere."
He rummaged through his briefcase.
"Yep, here we are."
"What the hell?"
"Yes, you're right, Inspector Vazquez," said the American. "We're going to need 4 paperweights in all, 1 at each corner."
With that, he produced 2 more solid gold bars. Each the size of a large bar of soap, but weighing around 20 times as much, it was a while before the metal could be used, as the American had suggested. Emil and Laura were too engrossed in examining the ingots. Not that either was an expert. Bright yellow, and with the number 999.9 embossed on each, the gold seemed genuine enough. Although, given the I-told-you-so look on Laura's face, the stamp of an eagle perched on a swastika was enough to convince her. And not only of the gold's authenticity, its provenance too. "Now, as you can see," said the American, relieving Emil and Laura of the 4 paperweights and using the gold to hold down the map himself, "I've also been busy chasing Josef Mengele." The continent was covered in lines, and not just from Buenos Aires to Bariloche and back. The American's travels had taken him all over South America, by air as well as road, judging by how straight some of the lines were.
"Forget that," said Emil, lifting a bar. "Where the hell did you get this?"
With a sigh, the American recovered the ingot, repinned the map's northwestern corner, drew nose to nose with Emil and said,
"You went to Bariloche looking for evidence of infanticide. I went looking for something else."
U-817's cargo,
said Laura. The American smiled. Relieved the meeting hadn't begun with an attempt to force the name Maria Fierro out of him, Emil said,
"That's just fantasy."
He hoped Laura would take the hint and go along with his subterfuge for a change.
"Oh, no,"
said the American, pointing at the Argentinian coast.
"These 4 gold bars prove the U-boat must have made port somewhere, and I'm hoping the contacts you used to find Mengele will be just as generous when helping us track down the thousands of other ingots U-817 would have been carrying."
Emil's concerns eased some more.
"Us?"
he said.
"Well, I don't expect you to offer your services for nothing."
Emil's fears evaporated, but only for cynicism to make an appearance.
"Tell you what, Mr. Strange American, why don't we start with your name, the organization you're working for, and the real reason you've been following me?" "My name?"
The American rubbed his chin.
"Well, let me see now."
He looked up and right.
"How about Smith?" "Yeah, John Smith. My name is John—"
His attention was on Emil's deputy.
"Are you feeling okay, Sergeant Gomez?"
Laura's head twitching had started. Why, Emil didn't know, as no one needed the talents of a super savant to see the American was not so much telling lies as playing games. Laura snapped out of it.
"I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Smith. May I ask you a question?"
Emil's heart raced in anticipation of yet another unnecessary, inappropriate, blundering, or worse, downright dangerous attempt to satisfy Laura's lust for the truth. He relaxed again when she said,
"You discovered this gold by following Inspector Vazquez to Bariloche. That was 5 years ago. And continuing to follow him led you to Josef Mengele here in Brazil. That was 3 years ago. Why have you waited until now to make you and your requirements known?"
A reasonable question, and Emil was looking forward to seeing what his conventional means of spotting a lie would reveal in this Mr. Smith's answer. The American's eyes switching between the pair did suggest something was being fabricated, but his reply was plausible.
"Losing the Falklands War has triggered another period of instability in Argentina, and in my experience, such distractions are conducive to a treasure hunt."
Smith's menacing smile returned.
"Government officials fearing their lives are more inclined to accept bribes than ask questions."
He was looking at Emil. Once again Emil was about to correct the island's name, when to his horror Laura said,
"Are you aware Maria Fierro is the person who operated on Josef Mengele's brain?"
After an expression as stunned as Emil's, the American laughed, which Emil joined in with while putting a finger on the map in an attempt to steer the conversation towards something less disastrous. What the hell was Laura playing at? Ignoring Emil, the American reached inside his jacket and produced a notebook. Amusement subsiding, he thumbed its pages.
"Maria Fierro. Mengele's housekeeper, you mean?"
The American found the page he was after.
"The pathology report says the scars on Mengele's head are at least 10 years old, which means—"
The fingers on his right hand were used to make a calculation.
Miss Fierro would have been a teenager.
The American recovered his grin.
Neurosurgery is a challenge for the most talented of physicians, Sergeant Gomez, let alone an Indio whose only medical experience is applying first aid to orphans.
Actually, said Laura, Maria Fierro was just 12 at the time.
The American tilted his head back and generated an even bigger guffaw, giving Emil a chance to mouth the words, "Shut up," at Laura. To Emil's further incredulity, she scowled and raised a hand as if annoyed by the interruption.
"And you say I'm a fantasist,"
said the American, looking at Emil. He cocked his head at Laura.
"Where did you find this priceless cutie?"
Thankfully, Laura didn't respond. But as reckless as her stupidity was, it had revealed something. Not only was the American ignorant of Maria's involvement with Mengele's evil, but he considered the possibility remote, to say the least. Good, thought Emil. Emil was about to steer the conversation back to the meeting's purpose, when what Laura said next had him wondering if the prospect of getting a cut of this gold hadn't gone to her head.
And are you aware Dr. Mengele had succeeded in his quest to create a Superman?
The American's expression of disbelief this time had less to do with amusement and more with someone wondering if they had made a big mistake.
"Look," he said, "do you two want to become rich beyond your wildest dreams or not?"
His tone had darkened.
"Yes,"
said Emil, desperate to change the subject.
"Then I would be grateful if you could list your contacts' names, addresses, and telephone numbers in this notebook, annotating the map with the corresponding page numbers."
The notebook and the American's gold pen were placed on the table. He checked his watch.
"I'll be back in an hour."
Closing his briefcase and gripping the handle, the American headed for the conference room's exit.
"What about this gold?"
said Emil. The American hesitated before leaving. He turned round.
"It's holding down the map."
Chapter 14. The door had no sooner closed than Emil leapt to ensure the American wasn't loitering in the corridor outside. Reclosing the door, Emil tore into his deputy with a volume loud enough to mean business, but not so loud to have anyone come running.
"Have you lost your mind? What the hell was that all about?"
Laura had taken a seat at the conference table and was comparing the notebook with the map.
"What you asked me to. Judge the validity of what this stranger had to say."
Emil snatched the notebook away.
"And did I mention anything about getting us and everyone we know killed in the process? And since when did getting to the truth involve giving our secrets away?"
"You saw his reaction," said Laura, unmoved. "He no more believes Maria is a brain surgeon than I believe his name is John Smith."
"Of course his name is not John Smith. He was being facetious. Or are there aspects of human nature blind to you savants the rest of us find obvious?"
Laura furrowed her brow, as if pondering the possibility. She appeared to dismiss it.
"I chanced mentioning Maria and the Ubermensch boy because I suspected the American was lying from the moment he said good morning, and the stress of having to cope with that was becoming too much for me."
"He was lying throughout?" said a confused Emil. "Are you telling me this gold isn't real?"
Exchanging the notebook for 2 of the ingots, Emil struck the bars together in the expectation of at least one shattering. A dull clunk said otherwise.
"Acting would be more accurate," said Laura,
taking the gold and repinning the map.
"And I needed to interrupt the performance. Telling him a 12-year-old can perform brain surgery did that."
"And?"
"It was subtle, but his act, or rather I should say his accent, broke for a moment. He's not an American."
"What? Then what nationality is he?"
Laura returned to comparing the notebook's contents to the stranger's travels.
"I don't know. He clearly has clout with the Rio de Janeiro police. So, Brazilian?"
Emil sighed and got out his cigarettes. One look from Laura, and the Marlboros were at the bottom of a pocket again. Reaching for the hold-all instead, Emil unzipped the bag and began packing it with gold.
"What are you doing?"
"Making tracks before he returns. The sooner we're south of the border and I've got a gun back in my hand, the better."
"What are you going to do with the gold?"
"Don't worry, Sergeant Gomez. Corruption stopped lining my pockets years ago. There's enough money here to pay the 27th Precinct's overtime bill for months, and to the extent where even the station's protection rackets can be given a break."
Emil smiled at Laura. "Who knows? Maybe your uncle, Captain Gomez, will turn over a new leaf."
"Wouldn't you rather the country turned over a new leaf?"
Emil looked at her. Laura gestured with the notebook.
"That gold may once have been part of U-817's cargo. But there's no mention of the 13 other German U-boats in here. That's 70 tons of money. Enough to keep the whole of Argentina going for months, let alone a corrupt police station. Don't you think whoever takes over from President Galtieri might appreciate that?"
Emil scowled. "You mean the next junta happy to preside over 10 years of torture, murder, and misery?" Dropping the 4th gold bar inside, Emil zipped up the holdall. "You'll excuse me if I don't exercise some autocracy of my own in anticipation of that. And anyway, we're homicide, not lost property. Let's go."
"But what about the stranger and his fake accent?"
"He's not an American, which means he's not CIA, and he knows nothing about Maria, which is all that matters." Heaving the holdall over his shoulder, Emil headed for the door. "Are you coming?" Laura pointed at the map, or rather the rolled-up tube of paper left on the table.
"And the Obermensch boy?"
"We're not missing persons either." They were, but Emil was determined Laura should see things his way.
"But you told me Maria and he were like brother and sister. The boy may not have been genetically related to Maria, but they shared the same birth mother. Shouldn't you be trying to find him for their sakes?"
Guilt washed over Emil, not because the gold had clouded his judgment. How quickly the precious metal had made him forget his promise to Maria when saying goodbye to her at the airport, to do everything in his power to find her pseudo-sibling. Emil even had to think to remember the boy's name. Juan Fierro, as artificial as John Smith, only in a more unsettling way. Laura unrolled the map.
"Look, we know Mengele planned to get the boy aboard ARA Salta on her maiden voyage, which was out of the Naval Academy here at La Plata."
She indicated the base's location.
"Our inquiry should start there."
"It's been 10 years, said Emil. "The boy would be a man by now, and Mengele would have needed someone high up within the Navy to get him aboard. How are we going to—" Emil's shoulders sagged, causing a clang of gold bars as the holdall slipped and crashed to the floor. "Don't tell me. Your uncle in the Navy, Vice Admiral Gomez."
"I'll telephone him after I've told Uncle Bruno my escort duty is complete. We need to go to the Naval Academy anyway, so I'll convince him to let us back into Argentina at the same time."
"Why do we need to go to the Naval Academy?"
"Hydrographic charts," said Laura,
drawing Emil's attention back to the map.
"This doesn't just show where the strange Mr. Smith has been. It details the locations of the continent's various German communities, too. By studying the naval base's hydrographic charts, I can work out which parts of the coast are navigable by U-boat and the nearest Germans living there. The most logical places to start looking for the gold."
That needle-in-a-haystack explanation made Emil want to reach for his cigarettes again, but his desperation to find out why Maria kept returning his letters unopened was compelling him to consider another impossible task: finding her brother Juan. "But Captain Gomez wants us to stay here in Brazil," said Emil. "Only the thought of getting his hands on this gold can change that."
"Leave it to me."
Grabbing her purse, Laura left the table. Emil checked his watch. "Right, I'll meet you at the car. We need to be out of here before Mr. Imposter American gets back."
"You're staying here?"
"What? Why would I want to do something as stupid as that?" Laura put the stranger's notebook in Emil's hand.
"To fill this with what he's after. The names and addresses of your contacts."
"Are you mad? I would be as good as signing their death warrants." Laura shook her head.
"No. I still stand by my original theory. The stranger is trying to find the person who operated on Josef Mengele's brain, and is hoping your greed for gold is going to answer that. Watching how he reacts when he realizes you haven't done what any normal corrupt policeman would do should reveal a few more truths. We'll get to the bottom of this, sir. Trust me."
Emil was wondering who was supposed to be in charge of this new assignment. He wasn't even sure he had agreed to it. "Now, listen to me, young lady." Emil kicked his holdall. "We've been presented with quite literally a golden opportunity.
and I don't intend squandering it by engaging this stranger in small talk on the off chance a facial tic might reveal a few more tons of it, especially when that also risks him suspecting Maria was Mengele's brain surgeon after all."
"He'll just keep following you," said Laura. "Only the next time you meet, choosing to make off with his paperweights rather than accept his offer of a partnership might just give him the excuse to succeed where your two previous assassins have failed."
Laura kicked Emil's holdall herself.
"Don't you think leaving us alone with these ingots might be a test?"
She left. A groan was followed by Emil thrusting a hand into a pocket. Finally, the chance to enjoy a cigarette. Sort of. Lighting the Marlboro, Emil approached the conference room's table and spread the map once more. The stranger's travels included numbers as well as lines, and opening the corresponding page of the notebook revealed what Emil was expecting: persons of interest found at the map's towns and cities. He read what was written next to Ariloche. Maria, her mother, the padre, they were all there. The words various orphans, too, but no mention of the superboy turned Superman, Juan Fierro. Josef Mengele's details were also as expected, under the page number corresponding to where Emil had found him, the Brazilian farmhouse, as was the date of Mengele's death, and the text, "drowned after suffering a stroke while swimming." Focusing on Buenos Aires next caused a double-take. Not only was Emil's name listed under the 27th Precinct's location, but his home address and telephone number too. Emil swallowed. Maybe keeping this enemy closer was the right course of action after all. Moving on to what the stranger knew about Emil's informers, he was both surprised and relieved to see that most of this dark side to the average PFA detective's life was already detailed. Emil wouldn't be putting lives at risk after all. The knowledge's extent made Emil dig into his holdall again. After repurposing the 4 gold bars as paperweights for a 4th time, Emil recovered his police notebook to compare.
What the...
The corresponding page numbers might have been different, but the stranger already had everything he wanted. Spivs, con artists, thieves, prostitutes, the many other chancers and desperados Emil relied on for information in return for a few pesos. They were all there. Even the murderer Emil had been told to release without charge because of some connection higher up within the junta. All bar one. A man Emil knew well, Diego Iglesias, a retired sea fisherman living out the rest of his days in the coastal city where he used to ply his trade, Viedma, widowed, caring for his disabled son. Emil rechecked his watch. Laura should be back soon, and the stranger not long after. He wondered if the city's river was navigable by U-boat. Chapter 15. Emil stubbed out his cigarette and opened a window. Laura was back. Detecting something amiss about his usually upbeat sergeant, Emil said, "Everything all right?" Laura wasn't allowed to finish. The stranger was right behind her.
"Well, this is a pleasant surprise."
Making a beeline for his notebook, the man withdrew a chair from under the conference room's table and sat to read.
"So refreshing to know one is dealing with an honest policeman for a change, and not some corrupt fly-by-night."
The intimidating grin appeared.
"A lesser mortal would have made off with this booty in an instant."
Emil expected another of Laura's I-told-you-so looks, but she seemed preoccupied. Her head was darting, but not at the stranger. The floor.
"Cheer up, Sergeant Gomez," said the stranger, going through his notebook. "I'm sure Inspector Vazquez will be just as honorable in ensuring your life changes for the better."
He had reached the page where Emil had written the words, "Up yours." Needless to say, the stranger's cocky self-assuredness vanished.
"What's this childish nonsense?" "That's exactly what Sergeant Gomez and I said to each other the moment you left the room,"
said Emil, passing his police notebook to Laura. For 2 reasons. 1, to bring his sergeant up to date on the new lead in Viedma, and 2, snap her out of whatever was troubling her. It worked. For no sooner had Laura taken in Diego Iglesias's details and the words 70 tons of Nazi gold, Emil had written next to it, than she was poring over the map like a woman possessed. Seconds later, Laura was sitting next to Emil, eyes scanning the stranger with the same obsessive attention to detail. Emil gestured with his police notebook.
"You've been following me for years. You already know everything I do, including where to look for U-817's gold. Who are you? And what are you after?"
The stranger glanced about the room, which Emil couldn't decide was the prelude to a confession, or Laura and he were about to receive another thinly veiled threat. It was the latter. Unbuttoning his jacket, the stranger stretched his arms and yawned, revealing a slimline pistol holstered Secret Service style under his left armpit.
"You know,"
he said, underlining the menace,
"I really would like us to be friends."
His American accent had gone, replaced by... Emil looked to Laura for guidance, but a furrowed brow meant she needed more information.
"You would have used that by now, if you were going to,"
said Emil as casually as he always did in the presence of weapons, not actually being pointed at him.
"So why don't you cut to the chase and—"
"That's a Beretta 70S, said Laura. "And the holster is an Israeli pattern. You're Mossad."
"So, not just a pretty-faced killer of more men than she had anticipated after all,"
said the stranger. A less malicious smile appeared.
"Major Ori Peretz at your service."
Laura scoffed.
"Ori Peretz? That's a made-up Israeli name. You may as well stick with John Smith."
"You'll forgive me if I don't reveal too much about myself."
Emil didn't care either way.
"So, it's settling old scores with old Nazis, and nothing to do with gold after all." "Both."
"But if you know where both are," said Laura, "why do you need Inspector Vazquez?"
"Because Inspector Vazquez can do something I can't."
Emil folded his arms.
"Which would be—"
He was losing patience with the situation. Leaning forwards in his seat, Peretz placed both elbows on the conference room's table, clasped his hands, rested his chin on top, and said,
"Informing the old Nazis that Josef Mengele had succeeded in producing a race of Übermensch."
Shocked that Peretz might be about to reveal Maria's name after all, Emil launched into a denial he feared would be as transparent as the disbelief crossing Laura's face. But instead of capitalizing on the bluster, Peretz reached into his briefcase.
"I'm sure you recognize these," said Peretz, spreading the first document. "All the scrawlings of a madman to me, but catnip to the likes of those desperate to resurrect the master race."
It was Mengele's medical notes. The papers Emil, Maria, and the Padre had burned in Ariloche before the latter destroyed the rest by reducing Mengele's house to ash. At least Emil thought the evidence had been destroyed. Peretz must have found and removed these drawings beforehand. All the horror was there. Artificial impregnation, sketches of the subsequent abortions and pathology conducted, hand-drawn cross-sections of the brain depicting the developmental stages of those children Mengele had let live before callously murdering in the name of his science. Even the head cage device, and all with the same Raphael-like depiction of the Almighty at the top, which Mengele had used to convince the Church his so-called miracles came with God's blessing. Emil had to avert his gaze, but judging by how Laura was licking her lips while soaking up the detail, these drawings wouldn't only be catnip to any mad German looking to resurrect the Third Reich. Emil had never seen his sergeant's eyes wider, or her enthusiasm for knowledge greater.
"The Israeli people must have their justice," said Peretz. "But resources are limited, and the time available to us even less."
He extended a finger.
"These documents have the power to gather all of South America's remaining Nazis in one room. And if the bearer can explain the results, so much the better."
"Results?" said Emil.
"I've just told you," said Peretz. "The birth of Übermensch children. True, Nothing like the Aryan race the Nazis hold dear in their twisted imaginations. But we both saw what the orphans in Bariloche were capable of. Super strength, speed, agility. That should be enough to have even the most skeptical old Nazi come running.
All the Nazis in one room, said Laura. What for? Emil had winced at Laura's naivety, but Peretz's response was another unnecessary stretch of his arms. He patted the Beretta this time.
That's for Mossad to decide, and for you to enjoy your reward. Which is, said Emil, a 50-50 split of whatever gold is found.
But for there being about as much chance of that as him making chief of police, Emil might have fallen off his chair. Once again, Emil found himself at odds with what Peretz was saying and what he knew and wanted. Did the Israeli know Maria had conducted brain surgery on Mengele or not? Was the Ubermensch children a smokescreen for Juan Fierro? And did Peretz really want all of South America's remaining old Nazis in one room so a Mossad hit squad could slaughter the lot? Whatever the truth, something was clear. Emil and Laura would be meeting Diego Iglesias next, and not only because he knew where a bunch of geriatric Germans lived. Laura's head might have been moving in that disbelieving robot way of hers, but Emil's mind was made up. He still needed answers, though. Rotating Mengele's medical notes towards Peretz, Emil said,
We both witnessed this horror in Bariloche. Why don't you show and explain the evidence?
Peretz had an answer for everything.
Convincing the Nazis these medical notes are genuine is the easy part. Agreeing to meet will be harder. If the courier-cum-explainer could be the same nosy policeman who didn't kill Josef Mengele when he had the chance, his reception is likely to be warmer.
Peretz sat back.
Certainly warmer than the reception this unknown hook-nose can expect to receive, that's for sure.
He ran a finger over the aquiline feature. Something was amiss, but Emil nodded anyway.
So, said Peretz, is this the start of what I expect to be a lucrative partnership? Or has my need for secrecy unsettled you enough to chance passing the issue up your chain of command?
He put a hand on his pistol.
No,
said Emil, glancing at Laura, whose agitation had reverted to giving the floor a puzzled look.
You can trust us. With a 50% share of 70 tons of gold at stake, said Peretz, I should hope so. Here, to cover your expenses.
A wad of US dollar bills landed on the table.
Sign here, please.
Emil marked a receipt. Peretz tore out the carbon copy, which Laura snatched to scour before Emil could take it. Widening his eyes at the eccentricity, Peretz got to his feet.
I'll be in touch. Until next time, then.
What about this gold? Said Emil, selecting one of the ingots still on the table.
You keep it. Consider it a down payment. A Jewish gesture of Mossad goodwill, if you like.
Peretz strode for the exit.
Oh, there is one other thing.
He turned round.
I'm curious. I think we can all agree Josef Mengele was a monster, so why didn't you kill him?
Emil's lack of response made Peretz add,
I saw you with my own eyes. You entered his property with a gun in your hand, so the intention was clear, and yet I heard no shots. Mengele died from a stroke while out on his swim 2 months later. Why was that?
Emil didn't expect Peretz to understand, let alone believe the reason, and he certainly wasn't going to mention Maria. Emil responded with,
Because Mengele made me realize there are no black hats or white hats in this world, just a sea of dirty grey. And I was wearing one of them.
After an expression of bemusement Emil doubted even Laura could decipher, Peretz left. Chapter 16. One hand in possession of a hold-all and the other a cigarette, Emil watched as the Chevy headed down the street.
Penny for them,
he said.
How about 70 tons of solid gold pennies?
said Laura, eyes narrowing on the vehicle as it drove out of sight.
Yeah, there's no way we're getting half of that. Come on, let's get some breakfast. I'm hungry all of a sudden.
You miss my point, said Laura. It was the only slip he made. Peretz knows about the other U-boats.
Laura was right. The meeting's assumption had been just the one Nazi submarine laden with gold making it to Argentina, U-817. Emil pondered how Peretz could have known about the rest.
Maybe he has the same Braille-like skills as you and worked it out from the newspaper.
No, Peretz is way too neurotypical for that.
Laura waved Emil's copy of the receipt.
And what kind of intelligence agency makes you sign for $200 in cash, but not 4 gold bars worth thousands more?
One that needs evidence of our commitment to this partnership, but wants the gold kept out of it?
Said Laura, studying the receipt.
Maybe.
Well,
said Emil, extinguishing his cigarette underfoot,
the sooner I've had some breakfast, the sooner we can get Peretz's second mistake to Captain Gomez.
Slinging the holdall over his shoulder, Emil headed for the hotel's entrance.
Ah,
said Laura, head resuming the preoccupied darting seen at the meeting. Hand-wringing joined her discomfort.
Our new instructions are to, stay with my mother.
Another clang of metal on metal as Emil's holdall crashed to the ground for the second time that morning.
For goodness sake, Sergeant Gomez, you might have said something. Did you mention this gold to your uncle?
Yes, but,
Voice shaking, Laura recounted the telephone conversation. But the more she did, the more agitated she became. Even her feet had joined in with the twitching. Laura was hopping from foot to foot as if trying to keep warm. Increased breathing, too. The panting elevated to hyperventilation.
Sergeant Gomez, are you okay?
Emil had to shoot an arm around Laura's waist to catch her.
Laura, relax. Calm down. Take deep breaths.
Looking for somewhere to sit his deputy, Emil called out to the hotel's porter, who rushed over with a chair. After falling rather than sitting on the seat, Laura gasped,
Bag! I need a paper bag.
The porter was quick with this, too, and after much inflating and deflating through the ends sealed around Laura's lips, she had recovered enough to thank the porter herself. Emil dismissed him.
Things have taken a turn for the worse back home,
said Laura, still unsettled.
General Galtieri has been replaced by the head of the Navy, and more arrests are being made.
She looked at Emil.
The junta is blaming the army for losing the war. My uncle Valentino is in custody.
Valentino?
He's a major in the 601st.
Given the battalion's reputation for brutality when dealing with Argentina's homegrown enemies, Emil's instinct was to say something sarcastic, but he sympathized with Laura instead.
I'm sorry. No wonder you're upset.
No,
said Laura, shaking her head. Her distress was coming through in waves, and she breathed into the bag again.
He's the worst of my uncles, she said during a break. God decided his fate a long time ago. No, it's my...
The bag was used once more. Emil was about to try and distract Laura's suffering by suggesting they have breakfast, when whatever was plaguing her mind manifested itself as a continuous shake of the head and repeating of the phrase,
I haven't lied.
Emil knelt to her level.
No, you haven't lied, Laura. Anyone can see that, and I believe you when you say you never could.
It didn't help.
I haven't lied,
came the incessant tone and persistent shake of the head.
Promising to stay with Mum is not lying. It's not lying. I'm not lying.
Laura grabbed the front of Emil's jacket.
Please tell me I'm not lying.
Emil guessed he would be returning to Argentina on his own.
Of course you're not lying, he tried to reassure. You're obeying a direct order from the station's captain. How could that possibly be lying?
What are you doing to my daughter?
Emil spun round to see someone with a family resemblance that did more than back up the implication this lady was Laura's mother. Robust build, no-nonsense stance, fingers curled into 2 fists, red face bordering on the same purple hue Captain Gomez's would emit whenever he thought Emil had been up to no good.
But for the lack of a moustache and shorter height, Senora Gomez could have passed for her brother in drag. Emil flinched as if he was about to be pistol-whipped.
"Make yourself useful, and get my cases from the taxi,"
instructed the lady, still glowering at Emil. Senora Gomez did something else Captain Gomez would have done. Melt when attending to Laura's needs.
There,
she said, draping an arm around her daughter.
"The sooner I've got you south of the border and we're home, the better."
Laura stood.
"Right. Good, you're here. Once Inspector Vazquez has had his breakfast, we can go."
Crushing the paper bag into a ball, Laura tossed the makeshift ventilator into a waste bin. A toot from a horn made Emil look at the taxi Senora Gomez had arrived in. The driver was tapping his watch.
"No, Laura, you're not lying," said Emil to himself when unloading the suitcases. "Deceiving our captain would be more accurate."
Chapter 17. Emil looked in the Ford's rear-view mirror. Laura was sitting between two piles of the Encyclopaedia Britannica she had packed and turning pages of the volume in her lap as if her life depended on it. Maybe it did.
"All I'm saying is my daughter's much too clever for the police, so don't expect to be her boss for long."
Senora Gomez was sitting up front with Emil.
"Will you put a sock in it, Mama?"
said Laura, eyes continuing to flit.
"I will decide my career path, not you. And don't think you can get away with anything physical either."
Laura's mother hadn't stopped chastising Emil since breakfast. She leaned towards him.
"And I'm not just talking about a raised hand."
Emil's attention might have been on the road ahead, but his mind's eye was treated to another vision of Captain Gomez mouthing the words, "I'll kill you."
"Mama, if you don't change the subject, you can join your suitcases in the trunk."
Senora Gomez turned to Laura and spoke as if Emil wasn't there.
"You need a clever as well as a strong man to look after you, not some boludo thug."
If Senora Gomez hadn't already made her disapproval of Laura's boss clear, that did it. Not only was Emil considered beneath the standard suitable for her daughter's superior, but Laura's mother had decided Emil belonged among the criminal classes too. But for a need to maintain diplomacy, and the accusation being at least partly true, Emil might have protested. He let Laura come to his defence. Sort of.
"Mama, that's not our relationship and you know it. And for your information, Inspector Vazquez is engaged to be married."
Laura then mumbled,
"Even if his fiancée has had second thoughts."
Senora Gomez harumphed before finding a new fault to pick.
"And what's that on your top lip?" "Inspector Vazquez is trying to grow a moustache, Mama."
"Not trying, I am growing a moustache."
Senora Gomez harumphed again.
"Not much of a man, if you can't grow something as simple as a—"
"Passports ready, everyone,"
said Emil with some relief, at a sign that read Argentina Customs.
"And be ready to get out of the car. Who knows what's happened to our country in the time we've been away."
"Get out of the car?"
said Laura's mother, in a voice that Emil didn't need to be a policeman to recognise was concern.
"I've never had to do that before. Does that mean they'll want to look in my suitcases?"
"Probably,"
said Emil, expecting the search not to include the door panels where he had hidden the gold, while Laura kept her mother chatting in the hotel's restaurant. The red of Senora Gomez's pallor visibly paled. Sure enough, the Ford had no sooner joined a line for the border crossing than Emil was instructed to park alongside other vehicles having their bags checked. The scene seemed to silence Laura's mother. As the driver, Emil was invited into the customs office, followed by the border police office, when he had presented his PFA identity card. The corporal on duty was the same man who had let Laura and Emil out of Argentina, so Emil assumed there would be no problems getting back in. The corporal was about to fetch Emil and Laura's pistols when the corporal's inspector appeared, accompanied by the customs officer Emil had given the Ford's keys to.
"Might I have a word, please, Inspector Vazquez?" said the former.
"They couldn't possibly have found the gold," thought Emil. He was led back to the Ford, where another customs officer could be seen, right hand on the trunk's lid. Emil's passengers stood nearby, Senora Gomez hanging her head, while Laura looked on in a manner best described as agitated disapproval. Emil wondered what Senora Gomez had been trying to smuggle. Perfume? Cigarettes? Spirits?
Given the price of branded liquor in Argentina and the customs and border police officials' over-the-top interest in it, Emil's money was on the latter, a suitcase full of whiskey. Opening the trunk revealed a suitcase full of contraband, all right, although given each of the transparent polythene bags sealed with parcel tape contained a white powder, 20 years to life might have been a better descriptor.
"Do you have anything to say?"
As that hadn't been accompanied by the words, "before I arrest you," Emil assumed the border police inspector was up for a deal. But as that hadn't been agreed before leaving Argentina, Emil figured Laura's drug mule of a mother wouldn't be left with much to please her handlers. Forcing himself to remain calm, and the last thing Emil wanted was the car strip-searched, he placed 2 bags of cocaine on the trunk's floor. The border police inspector shook his head, so Emil added 2 more. Another shake of the head. Emil was about to surrender half the suitcase's contents when his fellow inspector closed the luggage and removed it from the trunk. He then instructed the corporal to give Emil and Laura their handguns. Emil had breathed a sigh of relief, but Senora Gomez was far from happy.
"What the hell is this? You clearly have no idea who you are messing with. You had better put that suitcase back before—"
Laura had put a hand over her mother's mouth. The officials were about to leave when the border police inspector looked at Emil and said,
"If you don't want to lose any more of your luggage, then I suggest you take the back roads to Buenos Aires."
He lowered his voice.
"There are some who view Argentina's latest crisis as an opportunity to take over the country, and vehicle checkpoints are a useful way of funding it."
Emil assumed the Gomez family and he had just experienced a typical example of the daylight robbery. Re-entering the Ford, Emil expected Laura's mother to have been humbled, but the reality was the opposite.
"Shocked isn't the word,"
she said, dumping her purse into the footwell and climbing in.
"I've never known anything like it. They've messed with the wrong people this time, I can tell you. They'll soon regret it when the cartel finds out."
Emil couldn't resist.
"Senora Gomez, what was that about me being a Boludo thug?"
Chapter 18. Safely south of the border, Emil indicated to pull into a petrol station.
"What are you doing?"
said Senora Gomez.
"Filling the tank."
Emil glanced at the Ford's fuel gauge.
"We're nearly empty."
"Drive on to the next one."
Emil drove onto the petrol station's slip road instead.
"I can't. It's another 40 kilometers. We won't make it."
Sliding down her seat, Laura's mother attempted to join her purse in the passenger's side's footwell.
"I take it this is where you had arranged to drop the drugs,"
said Emil, scanning ahead, hoping to spot the cartel's hoods before they spotted their mule taking a peek now and again.
"Keep your head down."
Emil pulled up at a line of petrol pumps.
"Laura, eyes open. What can you see?"
It only took her a second.
"The motorcyclists by the cigarette machine."
As the only others present were a young family occupying the Renault in front of the Ford and an attendant seeing to the car's needs, these 2 bikers were Emil's first thoughts too, but Laura sounded certain.
"How do you know?"
he said.
"Well, I hate to judge,"
said Laura.
"but heavy tattoos and a shared need to go through loose change as if still learning to count would suggest a preference for crime over hard work."
"Hardly confirmation," said Emil. "You've just described half the country."
"It's not rocket science," said Laura, resuming her page-turning. "Each man has the cartel name Kali tattooed across his bare chest."
She was right. The tattoos may as well have read, "Hand over your smuggled drugs here." The family in front drove off, the pump attendant approaching the Ford next. Emil wound down his window.
"Fill her up, please,"
he said, presenting some fuel coupons.
"Is she okay?"
asked the attendant, using the coupons to point at Laura's mother.
"Yes," said Emil. "She's trying to get some sleep."
The attendant's perplexed nod was accompanied by the whirl of a pump, a nozzle slotting into the Ford's filler, and the rush of fluid through a pipe.
"Oh, my leg!"
groaned Senora Gomez.
"Don't worry, Mama. We'll soon be out of here."
A car drew up on the other side of the petrol pumps, both thugs glancing at the vehicle before resuming their challenge of counting loose change. Emil relaxed a little. If these 2 cartel members were waiting for Laura's mother, Continued disinterest meant they didn't suspect the Ford. So far, so good. The attendant had just re-plugged the petrol cap, and Emil was about to start the Ford's engine when his contentment with the situation was shattered by a scream. The front passenger door was flung open. "Ah! Cramp!" Laura's mother leapt outside, to begin hopping up and down on one foot, stamping the ground with the other and wailing at the top of her voice. "Ow! Ow! 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 It won't stop! Ow! Ow! Make it stop!" Forget the thug's inked artwork. Senora Gomez may as well have been wearing a T-shirt emblazoned "Shoot Me Now." Meeting the gaze of the two men with drawing pistols as they ran towards the Ford made Emil dive for the glove box to recover his own Browning. But he had no sooner done so when 4 cracks of what sounded like a starting pistol was followed by a screech of tyres, and the car that had just driven into the fuel stop tearing off out again. "Oh, my God," said Laura, scrambling past piles of encyclopedic text. "Mama, are you okay?" As Senora Gomez was still screaming while doing an impression of someone trying to break tarmac by jumping up and down on it, she was at least alive, which was more than could be said for the 2 men lying motionless on the opposite side of the petrol pumps. Gun in hand, Emil exited the Ford and approached the scene. Face up, and with eyes that seemed to be asking, "What was that?" the blood oozing from each man's chest spread until Carly could no longer be read. 2 bullets each. Not quite as efficient as a single shot through the sternum, but good enough. The attendant arrived. "Bastards!" he said, spitting on the ground and drawing a sign of the cross. "They had it coming." Emil produced his ID. I didn't see a face," said the attendant, changing his tune. "But the CCTV would have caught the car's number." Emil looked where the Chevy with the diplomatic plates had departed. "That won't be necessary," he said. Chapter 19. Other than the odd, "What time is it?" and "I need the ladies," "How much further?" the next 40 kilometres were unsurprisingly spent in silence. As there were no rest stops beforehand, Emil guessed Peretz would have chosen this next service station too. Emil had no sooner parked the Ford than he spotted the man's Chevy outside the station's restaurant. It was chilly here, so Emil assumed Laura would have no problems with him donning a bomber jacket while surreptitiously squeezing a Browning pistol down the back of his waist belt. She didn't. Given what had happened to the bikers, Laura was busy emptying a purse to make room for her own handgun. The urgency of the bladder situation meant Senora Gomez had gone on ahead, giving Emil a chance to talk shop with his sergeant. "Find a table. I'm going to have a word with Peretz." "What for?" said Laura. "To thank him for saving our lives, of course." "Yeah, right. What's the real reason?" Didn't Laura's talent for spotting lies and ulterior motives ever take a break? "I'll tell you afterwards," said Emil. Entering the restaurant, Laura had to put a hand on Emil's arm to stop him from responding naturally to Peretz's signature greeting, a cheery wave. Seconds later, Emil was sitting opposite the Israeli agent. "Another pleasant surprise," said Peretz. "How goes your journey, Inspector? As quiet and as uneventful as my own, I hope?" Peretz moulded his all-knowing grin around the cup he was holding. "I just wanted to thank you for what you did back there," said Emil. "Think nothing of it, Inspector. Helping one's fellow human beings is always a pleasure, never a chore." The sight of Laura's mother leaving the restroom and heading for the table Laura had chosen seemed to make Peretz add, "Mind you, I would prefer it if you didn't collect too many liabilities on the way. Running out of ammunition before completing my task would be so embarrassing." Emil checked on his passengers. Mother and daughter were discussing the menu. "I'm afraid you've become a similar liability," he said. "That gas station had CCTV. Every cop on the highway will be looking for you." "Then it's a good job I have diplomatic immunity," said Peretz, taking a sip of his coffee. "But your diplomatic plates are Brazilian, and this is Argentina. It's only a matter of time before you're detained." Peretz sighed. "More bribes, I suppose." "That might work with the PFA's highway department," continued Emil, "but not if what's left of the Kali cartel gets to see those CCTV pictures first." Peretz didn't seem bothered.
Well, if gold doesn't do it, then that other precious metal, lead, never lets me down.
He patted his left armpit.
What I'm saying, said Emil, is that you're welcome to join us for the rest of the journey.
Peretz frowned.
I sense your uncharacteristic appreciation for Mossad's services, and now concern for me personally is hiding another unease, Inspector. Care to be generous with that too?
Emil leaned forward, not only to reduce the chances of being overheard. The discomfort of having a pistol buried down the back of his pants was starting to hurt.
Sergeant Gomez might be hoping to get enough gold to put this country back on its feet, he said, but I don't believe a word of it. If anything, the gold belongs to those who suffered during World War II. So why should we get anything, let alone half?
Emil glanced at the women.
I'm going to Biedma for a different reason.
Which is? Peretz was staring over the top of his cup.
Look, we both know Mengele went well beyond cracking how to create a race of strong children in Ariloche. He improved their,
Emil cleared his throat.
Minds.
Go on.
If you did witness exactly what I did, said Emil, then you already know where I'm going with this. Mengele didn't just experiment on the local Pampas orphans. The horror culminated with him creating so-called Aryan children, too.
And? Peretz was still staring over the cup. Emil retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Peretz refused the offer.
I need to know, said Emil, inhaling deeply from the Marlboro. Is one of those superboys now a Superman, living in Biedma?
A mass rumble of engines from outside of the restaurant distracted the pair. 6 motorcycles and a pickup truck had arrived. No one needed to be an expert in gang culture to recognize who they might be affiliated to.
Yes, said Peretz, placing the cup back into its saucer. I can confirm such a Superman is living in Biedma.
2 of the Kali cartel's thugs dismounted their machines and wandered to the Chevy. Peretz refocused on Emil.
And I'm very much looking forward to you meeting him.
Chapter 20. Elated at the prospect of finally solving the mystery that was Maria's brother while fretting for the opportunity at the same time, Emil watched as the 2 thugs left the Chevy and joined the rest of the drug cartel gathered round the pickup truck. The driver was holding a CB radio handset, which he spoke into after hearing what the men had to say.
What are you going to do?
Said Emil.
I don't know yet, said Peretz,
smiling at the waitress arriving with his lunch.
I'll decide during the consumption of this simply delicious-looking empanada that's begging to be eaten.
The waitress smiled back. Whatever had been discussed on the pickup's radio resulted in the gang splitting into 2. 4 men wandering to the rear of the building, with the 5 remaining lighting cigarettes and staring at the restaurant's front door. The Kali would exact their revenge on whoever left the building and headed for the Chevy.
You had better join your ladies, in case those gentlemen get bored and decide to come looking for me,
said Peretz, tucking into his food as if imminent death was something to ignore.
I would hate for you to become involved unnecessarily.
Emil stayed put.
Walk out with us now and get into the Ford, he said. The Kali clearly have no idea what you look like.
What?
And risk indigestion? No, thank you. And why spoil the ladies' lunch?
Peretz nodded in their direction.
Don't worry. I'll think of something. Whatever that turns out to be, said Emil, clocking the emergency exit at the rear of the restaurant. You can rely on Sergeant Gomez and me taking care of the 4 hoods at the back.
Peretz coughed as if a crumb of empanada had gone down the wrong way.
Really, Inspector, he said, clearing his throat. And trigger another bout of that poor young girl's allergy to slaughtering too many bad guys? I'm beginning to suspect you're not the chivalrous type I have you down for after all.
Emil wished he had made up something more plausible when covering for Laura's sensitivities. Peretz dabbed his mouth with a napkin.
Leave both the plan and its execution to me.
Go and enjoy your lunch." Relaxing over a hearty meal was the last thing Emil was going to do, but he got to his feet anyway. Emil had just turned his back when Peretz said, "Oh, those highway policemen you mentioned. You couldn't give them a call, could you?" "I could," said Emil. "But then you would be running another risk, the officers being in the cartel's pay, and even if they're not, it'll be like I said, you'll be detained." Another faintly psychotic smile from Peretz. "Like I said, Inspector Vazquez, leave everything to me." Enjoying the Marlborough less than he might, Emil strode to where Laura and her mother were sitting. Or rather, where Laura had been sitting. She was on the phone again. Replacing the payphone's receiver, Laura returned.
"We've ordered pizzas," said Laura, wincing at the cigarette smoke drifting her way. "Or will we have left before they arrive?"
She was looking at the thugs.
"We will not,"
said her mother, eyeing up the ice cream side of the restaurant's menu.
"I'm looking forward to this."
Emil stubbed the cigarette out in an ashtray. "Start without me. I need to make a phone call."
"You mean summoning the highway police?" said Laura. "Already done."
Emil's perplexed expression made her add, "Lip reading." She tapped her mouth with a finger.
"Another skill you're going to find useful when we finally get around to doing our proper jobs. And not just useful to the PFA,"
said Senora Gomez, wagging one of her fingers at Emil.
"Don't think I don't know what's going on here too."
Wondering how many other super talents Laura had yet to reveal, or secrets to give away, Emil sat to join the women, but only to be surprised by the empty place where Peretz had been sitting.
"Where did he go?"
said Emil, head twisting in different directions.
"He's there."
Laura interrupted herself when she too realized Peretz had gone. The pizzas arrived, which Senora Gomez tucked into, but Emil and Laura were on their feet, the pair making for the nearest window to confirm the Chevrolet was where Peretz had parked it. 4 thugs were still loitering at the rear of the restaurant, and the rest of the gang smoking by the pickup truck. Laura nudged Emil with an elbow. Blue flashing lights turning off the highway morphed into the approach of 2 police motorcycles and a sedan.
"What are we going to do?"
said Laura.
"Enjoy the show while eating your lunch, of course."
Peretz's sudden reappearance made Emil and Laura jump. Opening the window, the Mossad agent waited for the lead motorcycle cop to draw level with the pickup, squinted down the sights of his now silencer-equipped Beretta, and let go a muffled crack. If the restaurant's other patrons had heard the shot, they didn't respond, only emitting a collective gasp when the motorcycle cop's petrol tank blew up.
"High explosive incendiary rounds,"
said Peretz, studying his pistol as if surprised by the effect.
"I was wondering when I would find a use for them."
The sight of a police motorcyclist sliding on his backside while trying to distance himself from the flame-engulfed machine made the drug gang reach for their own handguns. The action elevated to automatic rifles from the back of the pickup when 2 more fuel tanks exploded. Peretz was targeting the gang's motorcycles too. The police sedan squealed to a halt, its 4 occupants scrambling for defensive positions behind the vehicle, and the Kali gang diving for the nearest ditch. An exchange of gunfire commenced, generating screams in the restaurant. Emil and Laura cocking their pistols, and everyone hitting the floor. Everyone except Peretz. "There," he said, as repeated appeals of "cease fire" from a police megaphone brought the 2 sides to their senses.
"The negotiation should keep them busy for a while. Shall we go?"
He headed for the restaurant's kitchen. Along with the business's other patrons, Emil, Laura, and her mother were flat on their stomachs, but after checking the threat from outside did indeed appear to have abated, the 3 took off after Peretz.
"Right,"
he said once they were in the kitchen.
"We're not completely in the clear. I need to retrieve a couple of items from my car."
He looked at Emil.
"I take it your offer of a ride to Biedma still stands?"
Emil rolled his eyes.
"Of course it does."
"What about the 4 gang members at the back?"
said Laura, pistol in hand. Easing the kitchen's rear exit open an inch, Peretz looked outside.
"Keeping their heads down," he said. "They won't be interested in us."
"But what if they recognize my mother?"
Laura had put an arm around Senora Gomez, who was chomping on a slice of pizza. Peretz appeared to give it some thought.
"That's a risk we are going to have to take, I'm afraid."
Removing the silencer from his Beretta, Peretz slid the weapon into a jacket pocket.
"Might be wise to conceal your firearms, too," he said.
Fingers wrapping pistol grips just as tightly, Emil unzipped the front of his bomber jacket, Laura tucking her 9mm within the folds of the coat slung over her arm. Senora Gomez took the opportunity to slip an ice cream sundae into her purse. The four had just exited the rear of the building when a gang member shouting, "The mule!" not only confirmed Laura's mother had been recognized, but the follow-up, "Take them down!" didn't need much imagination either. In a flash, Emil was blasting bullets through the front of his bomber jacket faster than he had thought possible, but the firefight had no sooner started than he realized the thugs weren't firing back. They were dead. Ears ringing, Emil turned to Peretz to once again thank the Mossad agent for saving their lives. But instead of witnessing a professional assassin calmly swapping out magazines in preparation for the next assault, Emil was stunned to see not Peretz's Beretta wafting smoke, but the muzzle of where the bullet had actually come from. Laura's pistol.
"Someone had better catch me before I fall over," she said, looking at Peretz in a manner that suggested Laura didn't take kindly to lip-reading Peretz's description of her as a poor young girl. Peretz's response was another of his enigmatic smiles. The one-way rate of fire had broken the standoff at the front of the restaurant, and, trying not to slip on a carpet of empty cartridge cases, the four used this new exchange of automatic fire to hasten their escape round the building. They were in luck. Smoke drifting from 3 burning motorcycles was screening the adversary's view of the car park. Even better, another megaphone plea had generated a second ceasefire.
"Make a dash for it," said Peretz. "I'll join you shortly."
A minute later, Emil, Laura and her mother were in the Ford, the latter racing to finish her ice cream before it became a drink, and Laura making space for Peretz on the back seats by unloading the volumes of Encyclopaedia Britannica, presumably committed to memory.
"Where is he?"
said Emil. The appearance of fire extinguishers meant the smoke screen wouldn't be around for long. Worse, uniforms and tattoos were working together, meaning the peace negotiations must have been successful, and the police and gang reverting to type. The air cleared, causing Emil's heart to race, and Senora Gomez to sink lower in her seat. Still no Peretz. 3 officers entered the restaurant, ostensibly to check on its patrons, Emil assumed, but the Kali were treating the situation as if the gun battle had never happened. The gang was back to smoking by the pickup and staring at the building's exits. Well, 5 of the original 9 cartel members were staring at the building's exits.
"Maybe he's hiding in his car,"
said Laura's mother unhelpfully.
"We can't stay here forever,"
said Emil, just as hopeless. Families left the restaurant, making Emil think the police must have been in cahoots with the Kali gang after all, whittling down their suspects to the most likely driver of a Chevrolet displaying diplomatic plates from another country. As expected, the police began encouraging cars to depart the rest stop, which included the Ford. The cops must have decided this vehicle had to contain innocent bystanders too. Emil started the engine.
"We don't have a choice," he said.
Threading the Ford between wrecks of smouldering motorcycles and bloodied human remains covered in tablecloths, Emil exited the service station, merged with the highway, and accelerated to the speed limit. Chapter 21. An argument ensued.
"Look," said Emil, "Peretz is big and ugly enough to look after himself. We'll see him in Biedma, guaranteed."
"But we can't just leave him," said Laura. "He saved our lives."
"And you returned the compliment," said Emil,
easing off the gas for fear of more unwanted attention from the highway police.
"Which makes us even."
"But it's not right," persisted Laura. "What do you think, Mama?"
Senora Gomez was staring out of the front passenger seat's window.
"He's certainly big," she said wistfully. "But I wouldn't say he was ugly."
Laura tapped Emil's shoulder.
"Turn around."
"No."
5 hoods and 6 corrupt policemen don't scare me. Turn around."
"Drop this subject, Laura. That's an order."
"Oh, shit." Emil leaned closer to the car's windscreen, as did his two passengers.
"Montoneros,"
said Laura, at the armed men in military fatigues bearing red armbands blocking the road ahead.
"Looks that way,"
replied Emil, familiar with not just the guerrilla group's political aims, but their methods too, murdering any junta cops they came across.
"Just, play it cool,"
he said, a faltering voice betraying the opposite.
"We're a family returning home from a visit to the Iguazu Falls. Got that?"
The women agreed. The two guerrillas, waving down the Ford, indicated for Emil to pull up behind a truck parked in a lay-by, where two more menacing men armed with automatic rifles stood waiting. Emil guessed the car was about to lose the 4 bags of cocaine the border police had allowed Laura's mother to keep, if they were lucky. Bringing the Ford to a halt, Emil wound down his window. He then tried not to appear shocked when the anarchist cradling an AK-47 bent to his level and said,
"Are you Inspector Vazquez? Inspector Emiliano Vazquez?"
Emil wanted to put a hand on the pistol still residing down the front of his bullet-holed bomber jacket, but knew enough about illegal vehicle checkpoints to understand the need to keep both hands on the steering wheel.
"Yes,"
he croaked.
"Open the trunk, please, citizen."
Well, citizen proved one thing. Whatever new tyranny fate had planned for the people of Argentina, this lot had already decided what it was. Communism. After requesting and receiving permission to remove the car's ignition key, Emil left the Ford and did as asked. "Right," said the unseen but recognizable voice attached to the hand reaching between the two men and removing a bag of cocaine. "That's for you." Peretz stuck the bag on top of the guerrilla's rifle. "That's for you." The man behind received the same gift. "That's for you." A third bag of cocaine left the trunk. "And that's for you." The fourth guerrilla also got lucky. "Finally," said Peretz, dropping his briefcase and overnight bag inside and closing the trunk. "We can go." The group's leader blocked the way. "Not yet." He gave one of his fellow communists a nod. Stabbing the bag Peretz had given him with a knife, the man stuck in a finger, extracted some of the white powder within, and wiped the residue under his top lip. A grin caused the group's leader to step aside. "Now you can go." Emil returned to the driver's seat, to find not Senora Gomez sitting beside him, but Laura. Her mother was sidling up to Peretz in the back of the Ford. "Sorry about that," said Peretz. "It was getting a bit hairy back there, so I thought I'd take my chances on the highway. But talk about going from the frying pan into the fire. First ride I get turns out to be a truckload of Marxists looking for funding."
"So,"
said Laura's mother, grinning wider than a Montoneros guerrilla content with the purity of his cocaine.
"Not just tall, dark and handsome, but rich too."
"Not as rich as you used to be, Senora Gomez," said Peretz. "Sorry I had to donate the rest of your, imported goods."
Laura's mother drew closer to the Israeli agent.
"Please, call me Rita."
Chapter 22. Back on the road, with eyes out for the next revolutionary group keen to relieve the Ford of its valuables, Emil pricked his ears, hoping to learn more of the Superman in Biedma. Frustratingly, Peretz seemed more interested in discussing the Superwoman in Laura.
"So," he said, "being a savant means killing people doesn't bother you, but cigarette smoke triggers a panic attack."
"Killing does bother me,"
said Laura from the Ford's front passenger seat.
"But those Kali thugs less so, because there was no alternative. Short of snatching a cigarette from someone's mouth, I have zero control over smokers." "You forgot smelly socks, body odor and farting," said Rita. She looked at Peretz. "You should have seen my daughter when she was a little girl. Talk about sensitive. Laura spent most of her time reading books inside one of those anti-allergy plastic bubble things."
"Don't forget your daughter's intolerance for lies,"
said Emil, resisting the temptation to add especially her own. Peretz leaned to see Laura skimming the last and only volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica in the car.
"And you use speed reading as a coping mechanism?
One of them,
said Rita, continuing to answer for her daughter.
And speed reading would be an understatement. Laura has a photographic memory, and not just for what she sees. Touch, taste, smell, hearing, all these senses are involved.
After gazing at his fellow travellers, Peretz sat back, stared into space and remarked,
Incredible.
The further south they drove, and the less anything of concern leapt out in front of the vehicle, the more confident Emil became, if confident was the right word. Emil might have convinced himself disobeying Captain Gomez's order to stay out of Argentina was worth chasing tons of Nazi gold in Biedma, providing Emil's boss got the 4 ingots already in Emil and Laura's possession. But Emil wasn't blind to what was really compelling him. But would discovering Maria's brother was alive and living in Biedma be enough for her to come back to Emil? And how was he supposed to inform Maria if she kept returning his letters unopened? That was a bridge to cross when Emil got to it. But right now, the priority was assisting the mysterious Major Ori Peretz, or whatever his real name was. The man seemed honourable enough in his Nazi-hunting endeavours. He had to be. 8 hours and a rest stop later, the Ford passed a sign for the Hacienda Motel Emil and Laura had been thrown out of on their way up to Brazil.
1 kilometre to dinner and a decent night's sleep, said Peretz. Thank goodness for that.
Emil and Laura glanced at each other.
It might be wise to keep going, said the latter. These gangs seem to be prowling the roads leading into Buenos Aires, so the further south we can get, the better.
Nonsense, said Peretz. The entire country is crawling with desperados in one form or another. Another 100 miles won't be any safer.
And my tummy's rumbling, said Rita. Your tummy's always rumbling, moaned Laura.
Expecting to drive out again shortly after, Emil manoeuvred the Ford into the motel's car park. They were presented with a sea of other vehicles.
Looks like they might be full,
said Emil, hoping that didn't sound too wishful. One encounter with an angry motel proprietor brandishing a shotgun was one encounter too many.
No, said Rita. It's the local padre, conducting an open-air mass.
Emil looked where Laura's mother was pointing. Around 20 worshippers were kneeling in front of the establishment's shrine, the small statue of the Virgin located halfway up the path to the motel's entrance. The padre stood facing his flock. Heads down and hands clasped, everyone was in prayer. Emil was about to suggest they try the next motel when the padre, drawing a sign of the cross in the air, was followed by the congregation getting to its feet. A slow dispersal began.
Good timing,
said Peretz, opening his door.
You two go ahead, said Laura. The inspector and I need to speak with the padre.
Puzzled expressions made her add,
Our partnership needs blessing.
Partnership? Said Rita with obvious concern.
A partnership as a police inspector and his sergeant,
Laura assured. Reaching from the back seats, Peretz patted Emil on the shoulder.
Don't worry, Inspector. God is already protecting our partnership. See you both in the motel.
Rita was about to let herself out of the Ford when Peretz placed a hand on her knee.
Allow me, madame,
he said, giving Laura's mother a wink. Seconds later, Peretz had marched round to Rita's side, opened the door, and, taking her hand, had assisted Laura's mother out of the vehicle. The gentlemanly gesture generated a tut of disapproval in Laura, but Rita's grin was as silly as the self-satisfied smirk crossing Peretz's chops. Linking arms, the couple headed for the motel's entrance. Laura might have feared for how Rita and Peretz seemed to be hitting it off, but what she had planned for the padre worried Emil more.
What are you up to now?
He said, regarding his sergeant with what was fast becoming habitual cynicism mixed with trepidation.
How much of Peretz's money have we got left?
She said.
All of it, why?
Give me $50.
What for?
Laura was looking at the padre, packing up the makeshift altar in front of the shrine.
To kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Asking God to watch over us, and a chance of actually spending a night in this motel for a change.
Emil's trepidation reduced, but only for cynicism to increase.
By bribing the church, you mean? I thought it was only corrupt cops like me who did that.
Not bribing,
Donating, she said. There's a difference. Emil laughed as he produced the cash.
Yeah, like the difference between lying and deceiving your uncle when promising to stay with your mother.
Laura snatched the money out of Emil's hand. Watching from the driver's seat, Emil was surprised to see Laura's bribe/donation tactic work. What started out as a priestly shake of the head broke into smiles and a beckoning to Emil from both parties when Laura was invited to deposit the $50 into the shrine's poor box. Face flushing red, Emil got out of the car. He was about to join his deputy kneeling in front of the padre when the motel's entrance opened, revealing the proprietor and his wife. Both were brandishing shotguns this time. The old couple took off down the path, a perplexed Rita and Peretz not far behind. The padre seemed in a similar hurry. For no sooner had the impending threat put Emil on his knees faster than a Boludo thug begging not to be shot than the blessing commenced, and at a speed Emil was happy to match when it came to Laura and his part in the proceedings. Heads bowed and eyes tight, the pair just responded with, "For we have sinned against you," when the footsteps thundering down the path slowed to a patter and then silence. Emil chanced opening an eye. The 5 pairs of feet seen were motionless. A final bit of Latin from the padre, another suitably reverential response from Laura and Emil, a splash of holy water, and the blessing was done.
"There,"
said the padre, wiping his hands and removing the poor box from the shrine.
"Your union as a detective inspector and his deputy is blessed, and your sins are forgiven."
Holding the poor box as if it contained a precious relic, the padre peered down at the police officers and said,
"But only for now."
His attention turned to the motel's owners.
"Ah, Senor and Senora Spinetta, I trust you can be relied upon to provide these God-fearing but weary travellers with the rest they need."
Realizing how 2 closed shotguns must have looked, the old couple broke the backs of their weapons. Mumbling an apology, the pair drew their own mid-air crosses and retreated. Emil and Laura got to their feet.
"Just the darndest thing,"
said an open-mouthed Peretz as the old couple re-entered their establishment and the padre had left.
"No sooner had I uttered your car's license number than those 2 started ranting on about incest of all things and reaching for shotguns. I nearly killed the pair there and then."
Chapter 23. Another sleepless night for Emil. Not so much from fretting over what Peretz had in store for them all this time, but a light spilling under his door. Shadows and the odd creak of a floorboard, too, whenever Senor or Senora Spinetta chose to walk up and down the corridor, as well as loiter outside Emil's room. A room that had yet to receive a change of linen, he noticed. Emil was sure he had avoided the grubbiest parts of the sheets and pillowcases when settling down for the night, but still woke up snuggled within what he suspected was more than one stranger's grime, sweat, and loose hairs. Nausea wasn't the word. Breakfast was just as fraught. If stale pastries and out-of-date yogurt hadn't spoiled Emil and Laura's appetites, 2 lukewarm beverages of chicory, rather than the fresh-ground coffee advertised, did. Emil was beginning to wish Laura and he had been seen off the premises again, after all. By contrast, Rita and Peretz entered the motel's restaurant as if experiencing the holiday of a lifetime.
"You 2 still having breakfast?" said Laura's mother. "We've been out for a walk." "You've already eaten?" said Laura.
"Yes, nothing like a fresh warm media luna straight from the baker's oven," said Peretz. "The early bird catches the worm and all that."
His cat that got the cream smile did nothing to improve Emil and Laura's discomfort. The penny dropped when the Spinettas arrived, all folded arms and soured faces, and no one needed to be a super savant to see who the disapproval was aimed at. The motel's proprietors may have abided by the padre's wishes, but only after satisfying some demands of their own.
"I've settled the bill," said Peretz, consulting his watch. "Shall we meet at the car in, say, 10 minutes?
Emil nodded, but Laura's response was a head switch between the couple, as if trying to work something out. Peretz whispered in Rita's ear, making her laugh. Linking arms, as if on honeymoon, the pair exited the restaurant. Emil watched their retreating forms.
You don't think they...
He wasn't allowed to complete the sentence.
"Don't even mention it,"
said Laura, eyes flitting about the restaurant as if desperate for a distraction. Throwing her napkin onto the table, Laura stood.
"We need to find a bookshop. I finished the Encyclopedia Britannica, and if I don't find something to replace it with, I'll go mad."
"We're in the middle of nowhere," said Emil. "The next town's at least 20 kilometers away."
"Then we better get going."
Laura stormed off. What turned out to be 24 kilometers, and the Ford was parked outside a shop with a sign that read Antiquities and Things. A tome the size of Rita's remaining suitcase was being lugged down the shop steps.
"What on earth has Sergeant Gomez got there?" said Peretz.
"I don't know," said Emil, reaching across the front passenger seat to let Laura in.
"But judging by how old it looks, I'd say we've just said goodbye to the last of the expenses you gave us."
"Right,"
said Laura, in a way that suggested anticipation alone was enough to de-stress her.
"A 1468 edition of the Biblia Sacra."
She released the rotted leather strap holding the ancient Bible together.
"Should last me the rest of the journey, with a bit of luck." "How much did it cost?"
asked Rita. Laura laughed.
"I can't afford this. It's one of the first Bibles. It's priceless. The shopkeeper lent it to me."
Emil accepted the cash she had given Laura.
"Why on earth would anyone lend a complete stranger a priceless artifact?"
"In return for said complete stranger providing a complete translation,"
said Laura. She opened the tome, a sense of something jumping out, making Emil lean away. Conversely, Laura drew closer to the Bible's contents.
"Yes,"
she said, taking a deep sniff.
"Most satisfactory."
"It's in Latin," said Peretz, "and half the pages are either torn, missing, or faded to nothing. How are you going to translate nothing?"
Laura half turned to him.
"It's called being a detective, Major, and an ability to see and make sense of what's invisible to others makes me a good one."
Emil couldn't decide if Peretz's shake of the head was further astonishment at Laura's unique skills or exasperation at the lengths taken when controlling them. His words,
"I believe you promised me a ride to Biedma, Inspector,"
suggested the latter. A fifth day of driving and rest stops, and as their destination drew near, the small talk the travellers had been exchanging reduced to the occasional observation. The gravity of Emil's partnership with Peretz was about to get real. After what had been hundreds of kilometres of featureless pampas, a road sign marked Biedma, 8 kilometres, was accompanied by silence in the car. Emil wasn't the only one to jump when Peretz said,
"Drop me at the next public telephone, please, Inspector."
Emil pulled into a gas station. Peretz got out of the car.
"Happy with the plan?"
he said through the driver's open window. Emil nodded.
"Repeat it to me." "Meet with the contact, get him to arrange a meeting, get whoever that turns out to be with to arrange a bigger meeting, and to inform you of the time and place." "What's my telephone number?"
Emil repeated this too.
"Remember," said Peretz, "under no circumstances must you attend the second meeting. That will be Mossad's privilege."
He placed a hand on Emil's shoulder.
"If we don't meet again, Inspector, thank you for this. You are performing a great service, and not just to Israel and Argentina, the whole world."
Emil guessed that bit of drama was for Rita's benefit. How else was he to find one if they didn't meet again? On cue, Rita's hand appeared over Emil's shoulder.
"What about us, Ori?"
she said, reaching for Peretz.
"Will we ever meet again?"
Peretz bent to kiss Rita's hand, the proximity of his cheek causing Emil some discomfort.
"Of course we will," said Peretz,
in a way that couldn't have sounded more the opposite. Rita must have thought the same. For the next thing Emil knew, she was out of the car and embracing Peretz as if they were star-crossed lovers in a Shakespearean tragedy. Gagging noises made Emil look at Laura, who was pretending to stick 2 fingers down her throat.
"Farewell, my friends," said Peretz after prizing Rita away, "and good luck to us all."
And with another of his characteristic waves, the mysterious Israeli was gone.
"What a man,"
said Rita, re-entering the vehicle and closing her eyes, as if savouring the moment.
Give me a sophisticated European over one of our pathetic excuses for the opposite sex any day.
Emil ignored the implied slur.
I think Major Peretz, or whoever he is, might object to being described as a European, Rita.
Emil manoeuvred the Ford out of the gas station.
It's Senora Gomez to you,
said Rita, interrupting her dreamlike state. She relaxed again, a heavy sigh preceding more wistful recollections.
Poetry, art, science, peace, war, she said. Is there nothing my brave hero hasn't known or can't do?
Another sigh.
And as for Ori's love-making... Leave it out, Mama!
Laura had covered her ears.
Nobody wants to hear the sordid details.
Rita's head appeared between the pair.
What sordid details? It was nothing like that. Major Peretz was the perfect gentleman, and trust your sordid mind to think the worst. I'm talking about love-making in the romantic sense, a man's power to satisfy a woman through words alone. For your information, we spent the night talking.
Uncovering her ears, Laura returned to the Bible and her satisfaction with deciphering ancient Latin text.
And what a voice he has,
continued Rita, re-entering her perfect world.
So romantic.
Yet another sigh.
There's something about a German accent.
German?
Stop the car,
said Laura. Emil did, finding himself having to swap control of the steering wheel for an old Bible as Laura got out of the Ford.
What's that girl up to now?
Said Rita, more irritated than surprised. Head down, Laura paced the road, the recklessness making Emil check for traffic. Nothing was coming, but he was about to get out of the car anyway when Laura got back in.
He's German, she said. Peretz is a German. And, said Rita, Hitler did his best, but German Jews are still a thing, you know.
But few German Jews would want to hide the fact.
The women looked at Emil.
What are you thinking?
Said Laura.
What am I thinking? Said Emil. I thought you were supposed to be the brains of the outfit.
Laura didn't respond.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking.
Emil gazed up the road.
Either Peretz is a German Jew looking for justice, or we've been conned into partnering with a Nazi sympathizer.
Chapter 24. Emil's fingers drummed the steering wheel.
What are we going to do?
Said Laura. He dumped the Bible back into her lap.
Meet with the contact as planned,
said Emil, putting the Ford into gear. Their journey resumed.
But what if Peretz isn't a German Jew and has been a Nazi sympathizer all along?
Laura had entered another fret. Her head was darting.
Of course he's not a Nazi, said Rita. Being in the smuggling trade means I've met plenty of villains in my time, and Ori is not one of them.
We'll soon find out, said Emil. Diego knows all the Germans living in Viedma. Won't take him long to find out the true identity of one visiting.
Indicating to turn right, Emil steered the Ford into the suburb where Diego lived.
Who's Diego?
Asked Rita.
Diego Iglesias, replied Laura. The informer who helped the inspector find Josef Mengele is going to introduce us to the next Nazi monster.
Emil rolled his eyes.
Is there nothing you can't keep a secret?
Laura didn't reply.
And anyway, continued Emil, it's not us. As I'm the one who discussed Mengele's horrors with the monster himself just before he died, I think you'll find Peretz expects me to do the dirty work. You'll be staying with your mother.
That didn't impress Laura.
Oh, so it's back to you, Taz, and me, Jane.
No, it's back to us doing our jobs, Sergeant Gomez. You obeying my orders.
After exchanging a look with her mother that couldn't have been more incredulous, Laura said,
Have I just stepped into an alternative universe or something?
She leaned closer to Emil.
We are both disobeying the captain's orders. Or is chasing old Nazis after being expressly told not to an instruction to do the opposite?
Emil brought the car to a halt.
How do you know about that?
Laura leaned closer.
He's my uncle, in case you hadn't noticed.
Laura cocked an acknowledgement of Rita in the back seat.
The Gomez family is a very close-knit clan. We tell each other everything.
Old Nazis. PFA-protected drug gangs. Their mules. Monteneros Marxists looking to take over the country. Emil wondered if he shouldn't add every Argentinian police officer to his growing list of adversaries. Laura seemed to sense the quandary.
Look, you know I can read a situation better than anyone. Wouldn't it make sense for us to disobey my uncle's orders together?
I thought lying caused you too much stress, said Emil.
It does, but as long as it's for a good cause and I have something to help me cope,
Laura patted the Bible,
it won't be a problem.
Another sense of not being in control of his own destiny.
Okay,
said Emil, after trying and failing to think of a way out of it.
But your mother's staying in the car.
Suits me,
said Rita, reclining to take up both rear seats.
After not getting a wink last night, I need my beauty sleep.
Repurposing her coat as a blanket, Rita dug into her pocket and removed a strip of passport photographs.
Not to mention a dream to get back to.
She just smiled at the mugshots when Laura took them.
Hey!
Laura studied the 4 identical black and white portraits of Peretz.
What kind of perfect gentleman carries pictures of themselves?
The kind of perfect spy who needs to keep forging perfect passports, offered Emil.
Tearing one of the images away, Laura returned what was left.
You cut the top of his head off,
said Rita.
Stop complaining,
said Laura.
You still have 2 others to swoon over.
Minutes later, the Ford had entered the street where Diego lived. Emil reduced the car's speed to a crawl.
Time to exercise that all-seeing brain of yours, Sergeant. Which house is Diego's?
Laura saw straight through the attempt to patronize.
Well, as a series of potholes, scrap cars, broken-down shopping carts and other rubbish left strewn about this poor part of Viedma would seem to suggest, Senor Iglesias doesn't exactly make a fortune out of being a police informer. But I'd say that still makes him king rat in this street. So?
She waited until Emil had parked outside the single-story dwelling and had applied the handbrake.
The only house with slates instead of rusting sheets of corrugated iron for a roof.
Switching off the engine, Emil peered at the property.
He's built an extension since I was last here. Trying to do the best for Carl, no doubt.
Carl?
asked Laura.
Diego's disabled son. Poor guy has to look after the kid on his own, now his wife is gone.
Emil checked on Rita, asleep and holding the strip of photographs like a comforter. Emil got out of the car.
Not that it's right to call Carl a kid these days. He must be well into his 30s.
So why do you?
said Laura.
You'll see.
A group of 4 youths were loitering outside the house next door. Something about how they paid the Ford more attention than the strangers who had just got out of it made Emil call them over. The youth's surly response and ambling gait caused Emil to think more than money might be needed to ensure Rita and the Ford came to no harm. He was right, for no sooner had Emil presented the $10 bribe than one of the group said,
"Suppose we take your money and the car."
Using one hand to stick a pistol in the youth's face and the other to ensure the rest got sight of his badge, Emil said,
"Then I guess my duty to rid Viedma of its scum starts here."
All but one backed away, leaving the individual staring cross-eyed at the gun inches from his nose to say,
Si, senor.
The youth's attitude to authority had changed.
You can rely on us.
Thought I might,
said Emil, returning the pistol down the back of his jeans. The chance to exercise some traditional police work was making him feel better already. Emil and Laura approached Diego's front door.
Did you have to do that?
said Laura.
Do what?
Threaten those boys. I take it you've never studied criminal psychology.
Emil pressed the door's buzzer.
Go on then, Sergeant,
said Emil, sensing his contentment wouldn't be allowed to last for long.
What would you have done differently?
Engaged on a sympathetic footing for a start,
said Laura.
Have you any idea what being born into poverty must be like? Living on your wits, never knowing where your next meal's coming from? How would you react to the sudden arrival of those clearly better off than you?
Emil pressed the buzzer again.
Exactly as they did,
he said, looking at the youths peering in at Rita asleep in the Ford.
And when I was offered the choice between a bullet and a peso in the ghetto that raised me, I knew exactly what had to be done next.
Emil raised an eyebrow at Laura.
Join the police.
A scream made Laura reach for her gun.
It's okay, said Emil. Karl does that sometimes.
Laura opened her mouth to say something when the door behind the wrought-iron gate protecting the home was opened an inch. Emil produced his badge.
It's only me, Diego. Sergeant Vazquez,
said the old man, opening the door fully and unlocking the gate.
Inspector now, Diego.
Emil stepped inside.
This is my deputy, Sergeant Gomez.
A girl?
The old man's surprise fell to acceptance.
Had to happen sooner or later, I suppose, he said, nodding sagely.
Emil expected another of Laura's smart Alec retorts, but her nose wrinkled instead. Emil sniffed the air. Not as bad as when he had last stood on this spot, but the whiff of urine amongst the disinfectant was still detectable.
"Do you recognize this person?"
said Laura, offering Diego the image of Peretz. The atmosphere had put her in a hurry. A second cry from the newly built extension distracted the old man.
"Excuse me for a moment," he said. "I'm just settling Karl down for the night. I won't be long."
He left, leaving the door to the extension open. Straight away, Emil was struck by a contrast. The dimly lit and unsophisticated nature of the sticks of furniture where Diego ate and slept, and the bright, pristine, almost hospital-like conditions of what the old man had walked into. Emil thought about following Diego when the decision was made for him. Emil trailed Laura into the house's extension. The analogy with the hospital was right. An intensive care unit, to be exact. Machines, monitors, oxygen cylinders, lines, a drip. Karl may have been lying in the same wheelchair-cum-bed he always had, but judging by the surrounding support, his condition must have taken a turn for the worse. Diego adjusted a dial on a machine marked anesthesia. After checking the lines leading to and from Karl's body, nose, and half-open mouth, he stroked his disabled son's hair and said, "There.
You're asleep now. Sweet dreams, Karl."
"You keep him sedated,"
said Laura, her puzzled expression flitting between the medical support and the toys and picture books placed on Karl's bed.
"Hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy," said Diego. "Oxygen starvation in the womb."
The old man squeezed his son's motionless hands.
"Karl's courageous but ultimately unwinnable battle is nearing its end."
"What are you sedating him with?" said Laura. "And how much? The end might be nearer than you think if you get that wrong."
"That's none of our business, Sergeant Gomez."
Emil knew it wouldn't be long before Laura said something inappropriate. He took Peretz's photograph from her.
"Diego, before we discuss other matters, do you know who this is?"
The old man didn't stop attending his son.
"Yes, I recognized him the moment the young lady showed me."
He glanced at the pair.
"It's Hans Schmidt."
"Hans Schmidt," repeated Laura. "As in Johannes Schmidt."
She looked at Emil and said what he had already worked out.
"As in John Smith."
Given what Peretz had put them through so far, Emil was more annoyed than surprised, but still needed time to get his head around the significance. Compounded when the old man said,
"Yes, Hans said I should expect you."
"Expect us?" said Emil.
"Yes,"
said Diego, inviting the pair to re-enter the room next door.
"To arrange a meeting. A meeting between Hans and his fellow old Nazis."
Chapter 25. If knocking someone down with a feather was possible, Emil had just become a prime candidate.
"What? Where? Who?"
Laura was in similar disbelief.
"Please,"
said Diego, arms still extended.
"Take a seat in the living room. The professor shouldn't be long. Coffee? Or would you prefer something stronger? I take it you brought Mengele's papers with you?"
"Oh, wait," said Emil.
"Are you saying there's a meeting here? Now?"
It was the old man's turn to appear confused.
"The first of many, I should imagine. And as the old Nazis' aim is to turn a monster's work into something wondrous for all of humanity, it did seem appropriate."
Diego's extended arm switched from indicating the room next door to pointing at his son.
Karl will be the first to undergo the procedure.
If Emil's bewilderment wasn't unsettling enough, the thought of what that might entail horrified him. Visions of the head cage device and some butcher drilling into Karl's skull dominated Emil's mind.
"We'll need to get the papers from the car,"
said Laura. Her nose continuing to wrinkle meant that wasn't the main reason why she wanted to leave.
2 coffees, please, Diego, said Emil, pulling himself together. We'll be back shortly.
They left.
"I'm sorry,"
said Laura, halfway across the street.
"but you'll be drinking that coffee on your own. Much as I pity Diego and Karl, the atmosphere in that house is intolerable."
"Forget that."
Everything had become clear to Emil.
"This is Ariloche all over again. Only instead of orphans being experimented on, the succession to Mengele's evil plan is to abuse the disabled instead."
Laura disagreed.
"That wasn't my impression. Medicine can be used for good as well as evil, you know."
"But we're talking about old Nazis here," said Emil as they approached the ford. "And you'll forgive me if I think some Germans are incapable of turning over a new leaf."
Reaching for his wallet, Emil gave the youths guarding the car another $10 bill. Beaming as if they had won the lottery, their leader said,
"Any time you need us, senor, we'll be right here." "Will you stop doing that?"
said Laura, after the youths had left. Emil opened the car's trunk.
"Diego's in his 70s, he said, and won't be around forever. Recruiting a replacement informer while we're here would make sense."
Laura placed her hand on his shoulder.
"Emil, you do know there's at least a chance of our next government not being a military junta? Police informers might not be needed?"
Emil looked at the hand.
"It's sir to you, Sergeant Gomez, and what you really mean to say is, policemen like me won't be needed."
Laura removed her hand. Recovering his holdall from the trunk, Emil closed the lid and gave Laura the keys.
"Get your mother to the hotel. I'll see you both there later."
"But what about the plan?"
said Laura.
"Just because Peretz is an old Nazi doesn't mean he was lying about wanting to satisfy Jewish justice. He could be repentant."
"Well, put it this way," said Emil, slinging the bag over his shoulder. "If I don't have a time and a place for that justifiable homicide the next time we see each other, we'll know it's all nonsense."
Puffing on a cigarette between sips of coffee, Emil watched as the professor Diego had mentioned unfolded Mengele's notes and spread the documents over the living area's table. It was getting dark, so Diego switched on a lamp.
"Quite incredible," came the unmistakable accent.
Donning a pair of spectacles, the old Nazi closed in on one of the many anthropomorphic depictions.
"And you say you were the last to discuss Mengele's work with him before he died?"
Emil played along.
"Yes,"
he said, pretending to be just as taken by the evil doctor's work.
"And I'm looking forward to sharing what I know."
The professor raised a hand as if sparing Emil the need to repeat himself. The German's attention then wandered to where Karl's sedated body could be seen through the entrance into the extension next door.
"As a medical man, I rarely use the word miracle," he said. "But if we truly are able to repair a mind that has only ever known suffering, then I would have to accept such a thing."
Now Emil knew what Diego had meant when he said Karl was nearing the end of his first 36 years as a quadriplegic, and the beginning of his new life as a comparatively fit and healthy man. But was it true? Were these people serious about using Mengele's horrors for the power of good? Emil wanted to believe. Really he did. But being in the presence of someone not only of Josef Mengele's nationality, generation and profession, but extremist ideology too, was testing that. Not helped when the professor's relaxed tone became accusatory.
"I'm curious,"
he said, appearing more interrogator than neurosurgeon all of a sudden.
"Hans says you originally intended to kill Josef Mengele, so why didn't you?"
Hans, John, Ori, or whoever he was, had asked Emil the same question. Emil gave the professor the same answer.
"Because Mengele made me understand who I really was."
The professor smiled, making Emil think the man might have been wearing a mask after all, a mask that was about to slip. It did, sort of.
"I think we both know the real reason why you didn't kill Josef Mengele, Inspector."
There was a knock from the other side of the front door.
"Ah, that will be my transport."
The professor produced a pen and notepad.
"Frau Stuke will want to see you next, Inspector."
After scribbling some details, the professor tore out the page and handed it to Emil.
"Please, don't be late."
Chapter 26. The Hotel Biedma. Emil gazed at the body of water below.
"That's one mystery solved," he said. "Any U-boat commander looking to hide his 5 tons of Nazi gold would have had no problems getting up that river."
"I can't believe it,"
said Rita, clutching her images of Peretz while staring into the hotel room's fireplace.
"I can't believe Ori has lied to me."
"That's what spies do," said Emil,
spotting Laura walking down the street and about to re-enter the hotel.
"Lie to everyone about everyone else, about everything, and all of the time."
"But I really thought we had something. This has to be a mistake."
Emil guessed Rita's broken heart grief cycle must have been at the denial stage, which seemed to skip a couple of steps when, narrowing her lips, Rita said,
"Well, you're not getting away with it this time."
Leaving the chair, Laura's mother marched to the fireplace, tore up the photographs, tossed the remnants into the flames, and, seizing a poker, stoked the fire as if thrusting a sword.
"Nobody messes with a Gomez woman and gets away with it. Just wait until I see you the next time, Major Ori Peretz."
Rita appeared to be plotting an act of revenge. Emil was about to explain the reality of that when the door opened and in stepped Laura.
"Well,"
she said, putting the paperback book she was holding under an arm.
"What did Peretz, Smith, Johannes, or whoever he is, have to say on the telephone?"
Emil was sheepish.
"He laughed. Said we should know him better by now."
"And?"
said Laura. Emil shrugged.
"Peretz thanked me for our partnership and said to await what he called our just reward."
"And?"
repeated Laura.
"And that's it. There's nothing else for us to do now but wait."
"Oh, you think so, do you?"
Laura gestured with the paperback.
"An hour ago I might have agreed, but not now."
Laura's eyes flitted between her mother and Emil's equally bemused expression.
"Frau Stuke was a member of Hitler's inner circle."
No response.
"Don't you get it?"
said Laura, continuing to gesture with the book.
"I was right all along."
She pointed outside of the hotel and at what could be seen across the river.
"Adolf Hitler's body is being kept alive inside that cathedral."
Emil turned to face the tall moonlit building on the other side of the Rio Negro, not because some long-forgotten Nazi-Catholic conspiracy was waiting to be rediscovered, but his frustration at requiring the patience of a saint when tolerating the latest of Laura's findings. A patience taken to breaking point when Emil's deputy then said,
"It's all here."
Laura found the paperback's pages.
"The Berlin bunker, the aftermath, submarines escaping to South America. Frau Stuke was one of Hitler's secretaries, and she assisted his escape to Argentina."
Rita had taken to checking her appearance in the mirror above the fireplace, as if mulling over the information which incensed Emil more. He attempted to end the nonsense. Striding to Laura, Emil snatched the paperback and read its title, Adolf Hitler in Argentina.
"I don't believe it. 1 minute my brain box of a sergeant is deciphering a priceless Bible, and the next a trashy novel as if that's the gospel instead."
"It's not a trashy novel,"
said Laura, snatching the book back.
"It's a trashy non-fiction. And that's not the point. Frau Stuke was close to Adolf Hitler and was with him at the end."
"And that so-called fact is supposed to be evidence of Hitler being alive and well and living in that cathedral today?"
Emil had jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"Not the cathedral itself," said Laura. "The building's hospital wing. And that's my point. Hitler isn't well."
Emil's disbelief wasn't easing.
"Don't you get it, sir?"
said Laura, as if stating the obvious.
"You said yourself, if Hitler was alive today, he would be in his 90s, and given how unwell the monster was at the end of the war, a very sick man."
Laura paused before adding,
"If he wasn't sick enough."
Emil was stunned into silence. Laura broke it.
"And you were right about the old Nazis too, sir. They haven't turned over a new leaf. Mengele's brain surgery is needed to cure Hitler, and Diego's disabled son Karl is the guinea pig.
Running a hand through his hair, Emil racked his senses in an effort to turn Laura's logic into something worth investigating. It wasn't.
No, this is just nonsense. You've gone too far this time, Sergeant Gomez. Hitler is not in Argentina, never has been, and certainly not being kept alive in any hospital, let alone a cathedrals.
There's only one way to find out.
It was Rita, still admiring herself in the mirror above the fireplace. She turned round.
Meet with this Frau Stuke, as agreed.
When no one responded, Rita wandered to a table and selected the scrap of paper lying there. The time and place the old Nazi professor had given Emil. 7 o'clock that evening, in the Cathédrale de Biedme. Emil looked at mother and daughter as if they were both mad.
No, no, and no again. I will not risk anyone's life because of some conspiracy theorist's need to sell more books, and my sergeant's susceptibility to buying them. Those old Nazis will be getting what they deserve tonight, a hail of bullets, and us being there at the same time makes no sense whatsoever.
Emil slumped into an armchair.
We're staying right here.
Another silence.
I know what this is really about.
And so did Emil, which was why he couldn't meet Laura's gaze this time.
Maria,
she said.
I'm warning you, Sergeant, said Emil, eyes on the floor. Keep my private life out of this.
Which brings me to the second thing I've always been right about.
Laura moved closer to her boss.
The old Nazis' need for someone with first-hand experience of Mengele's surgery.
I won't tell you again, said Emil, eyes boring into the carpet.
Emil's fiancée,
said Rita.
What has she got to do with this?
Laura was halfway through explaining when Emil shot to his feet.
If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Maria is the one true innocent in all of this, and I forbid you from ever mentioning her name again.
If anything, that made Laura more determined.
Wrong. The one true innocent in all of this is Diego's disabled son, Karl.
She folded her arms.
So I guess it's a case of who or what you believe more. Nazis and their lies, or the hard facts of letters being returned unopened.
What's that supposed to mean?
As if Emil didn't know. There was no need for Laura to elaborate, and she didn't.
So what's it going to be, sir?
She said, standing her ground.
Stay here and never know just how dedicated a surgeon your fiancé is, or save a disabled man from the same Nazi evil.
And if you're wrong, and we end up walking into a hail of bullets instead?
Emil was determined for Laura to see the most likely outcome. She didn't answer.
Well,
said Rita, applying some finishing touches to her makeup.
While you two enjoy your little Mexican standoff, I'm off to enact some revenge.
She reached for her coat. Emil and Laura looked at Rita and said it together.
You are staying right here.
They went back to glaring at each other.
We are going to the cathedral.
Chapter 27. Cathédrale de Biedme. They stood in front of the late 19th century neo-Romanesque construction, imposing despite the darkness.
Looks empty,
said Emil, staring up at the cathedral's skylights. He half hoped the building would be.
I can see shadows, said Laura. Candles. Buenos Aires can't be the only city to suffer power cuts.
Inspector Vazquez.
That was Diego's voice. 2 others appeared out of the night with the old man, his son Karl in the motorized wheelchair-cum-bed, and another on foot, the Nazi professor who had inspected Josef Mengele's medical notes.
Good to see you continue to be a man of your word, Inspector, said the old Nazi.
He looked up at the cathedral.
Frau Stuke will be most pleased.
Mama?
Laura moved closer to Karl, who must have been between his bouts of anesthesia, but if rolling eyes, drooling mouth, and a lolling tongue were any indication, he was far from fully aware.
Oh,
said Laura, taking one of the invalid's near-lifeless hands.
Karl thinks I'm his mother.
Not for much longer, Fraulein,
said the old Nazi, mopping Karl's half-smile with a handkerchief.
You're operating on Karl tonight?
Emil envisioned Karl lying helpless on the cathedral's altar, as if the main attraction in some twisted Nazi human sacrifice ritual.
Here, in this cathedral?
Emil quietly cursed his overactive imagination.
"Just the preliminaries," replied the old Nazi. "Blood, urine, oxygen levels, that sort of thing. Physical measurements too, if I understand Mengele's cranial frame design correctly. A skilled artisan will be required to construct the device, which will take time."
The old Nazi stroked Karl's hair.
"And time is something we all have so very little of."
Emil's concerns weren't assuaged. Operating the wheelchair's controls, Diego and the old Nazi manoeuvred Karl up an access ramp, Emil and Laura using the steps between the 4 brick columns supporting the cathedral's impressive facade. They met in front of the entrance at the top, 2 tall and suitably Gothic wooden doors. Emil was wondering if it would be acceptable to knock when both doors were opened from the inside. The 2 lower-order priests, dressed in traditional cassocks and surplices, then parted, allowing a much taller individual to greet the cathedral's latest visitors.
"Ah, good. You're here."
Peretz cut himself off when he realized the group contained more than Diego, Karl, and the Nazi neurosurgeon.
"What are you 2 doing here?"
said Peretz under his breath after the wheelchair entourage had passed.
"Do you have a death wish or something?"
That was good enough for Emil. The Nazis' gathering in this building tonight was scheduled for massacre by a Mossad hit squad after all. Seeing Peretz dressed as a brown shirt replete with swastika adorning his upper left arm was a little disconcerting, but Emil understood the reason why. Predictably, Laura thought the opposite.
"You monster! Where is he?"
"Where's who?"
said Peretz, taken aback.
"Adolf Hitler, of course."
Peretz appeared lost, eyes roving and mouth moving as if trying to express words impossible to get out. To say the man was confused would have been an understatement. Peretz recovered his habitual ice-cool demeanour, and a slow shake of the head was followed by,
"How on earth does someone go from genius Latin Bible decipherer to mad as a hatter fantasist?"
Emil's thoughts exactly.
"Is everything all right, Hans?"
That was a woman's voice, late middle-aged, and judging by the raspiness a fellow smoker, only one who had enjoyed decades, as opposed to the less than 10 years of Emil's nicotine addiction.
"Yes, Frau Stuke,"
replied Peretz, half turning to the voice.
"Just a bit of stage fright."
"Stage fright? Nonsense. We're all friends here. Relieve our latest devotees of anything unnecessary, and come and join us."
Emil hesitated before placing his pistol into Peretz's open hand. Laura's 9mm had to be prized away.
"They'll be returned when you leave," said Peretz through narrowed lips. "Always assuming that's not in a couple of body bags."
Despite the threat, Emil felt a little better, reasoning the evening would play out as a mix of what Laura and he had predicted. Him having to put up with some nonsense about Maria being a Nazi neurosurgeon, and the night ending with Laura and Emil lying face down on the floor, fingers in their ears, and praying not to catch a ricochet. At least a cathedral was the place to be when begging God for his forgiveness. Noting Peretz's beretta had migrated from under his left armpit to the outside of his right hip, the 2 police officers followed the undercover Mossad agent. Laura was right about the lighting. Candles were the cathedral's only source of illumination, lining either side of the aisle and leading to a brighter collection of tea lights and tapers in the apse. Where the meeting would be, Emil presumed. The naked flames were affixed to stands, which, at head height, made it difficult to see beyond. The traditional statues, individual shrines, and murals depicting saints and heroes were visible, but the cathedral appeared stuck in the 1970s. An image of Eva Perón was dominating one side of the nave, her husband, President Juan Perón, the focus of the other. That made Emil stop. The Perons may not have been Nazis, but they were sympathisers.
"Keep going, Inspector."
Emil looked where Frau Stucker's voice had come from, and was met with a shape shifting in the gloom. The shape removed a candle from its stand, lighting a face.
"All will be revealed."
Emil had to curse his overactive imagination again. The way the flame flickered about the lady's features gave an impression of the devil himself attending the meeting, but undecided on which form to take, a witch or his own monstrous presence. Frau Stucker's decision to dress all in black wasn't helping. All in black save for the same red Nazi armband Peretz was wearing. Peretz, Laura and Emil drew level with the evening's host, standing in the entrance to the apse. Nose in the air as superiority suggested Frau Stucker to be a proud lady in her mid-50s, but rail-thin physique, gaunt hollow cheeks, grey scraped-back hair and the austere dress sense made the female Nazi appear much older. Candle in one hand and stout but gnarled walking stick in the other, there was no escaping a sense of the devil paying a visit after all.
"Welcome,"
she said, gesturing with the candle as if the cathedral was her home.
"Welcome to the beginning of the rest of your lives."
Emil and Laura looked at each other.
"Please, allow me to assess you."
The candle neared Emil.
"Moderately handsome,"
said Frau Stucker, studying Emil's features. She looked him up and down.
"Not as tall as I would have liked, but such is the nature of this country's Untermensch."
The candle was moved closer to Laura. Emil didn't blame his sergeant for leaning away.
"And you must be Detective Sergeant Laura Gomez. I've heard a lot about you, Fraulein."
Laura received the same full-length inspection.
"Ah, yes. A cut above the inspector's cloth, and Hans tells me you possess some remarkable gifts, too. You should prove very useful to the new Argentina."
Who, or rather what, does she think we are? Thought Emil. Cattle? Clothing?
"Where is he?"
Laura was in no mood to discuss how useful her savantism might be to this new Argentina, let alone the quality of her cut.
"He?"
The question had confused Frau Stucker as much as it had Peretz. He explained.
"I'm afraid our newest recruits are under a misapprehension. They would be meeting the Führer himself tonight, Frau Stucker."
After looking at the man as if he had lost all sense of reality, another side to Frau Stucker's twisted persona made an appearance. Pity. Although, given the words, she was far from empathic.
"Oh, my poor child. For you hoping to fight beside the great man himself?"
Placing the candle back onto its stand, Frau Stucker took one of Laura's hands.
"This is going to be difficult, I know, but you must understand. The Führer is no longer with us, and can never be."
As a mother might when delivering her child bad news, Frau Stucker pulled Laura closer.
"For I was there, you see. I was there in the bunker with Adolf at the end. And I have to tell you, our glorious leader is with our Lord in heaven now, and his precious flesh returned to the earth through fire."
Releasing Laura, Frau Stucker faced where most of the candles were burning, under the crucifix mounted high at the cathedral's rear. She made a sign of the cross.
"Only God can resurrect him now."
Turning back to Emil and Laura, Frau Stucker's pained tones picked up.
"But fear not, my Untermensch children. I will not allow you to leave here disappointed."
"Frau Stucker, unless we get on with the meeting, we're all going to leave here disappointed."
That was an older German male voice, coming from the space between the altar and the cross. Again, light from the surrounding candles made it difficult, but this old Nazi appeared to be wearing the same brown shirt uniform and swastika as Peretz, as were most others sitting around the conference table.
"May I remind you of where we are? The meeting will not begin until I have conducted a service of thanksgiving."
And given that Argentinian accent, words and dress, this gentleman must have been the cathedral's bishop. The two priests who would open the entrance doors were standing behind him. Emil scanned for Diego, Karl, and the Nazi neurosurgeon, but there was no sign. In the cathedral's hospital conducting the preliminaries, the latter had mentioned, Emil decided.
"The service can wait until after the meeting,"
said a second voice with an Argentinian accent.
"No point in thanking God if we can't agree on who should be this country's next leader."
Emil had to blink. That was the chief of police, General Ramon Camps, flanked by two senior Argentinian military officers who were also sitting at the table. Just how deep did this Nazi conspiracy go? General Camps' comment triggered an argument which ended with the sound of a walking stick thumping the cathedral's marble floor.
"The meeting will begin when I am ready,"
growled Frau Stucker.
"Inspector Vazquez and Sergeant Gomez may be proud Argentinians, but if this country is to be the most powerful nation on the planet, then it's their generation who must be convinced, especially as Maria Fierro has yet to be even contacted.
let alone brought on board.
And that was it for Emil. Maria wasn't a Nazi surgeon after all, better still, not even involved. All Laura and he needed to do now was find an excuse to leave, and Peretz could get on with administering his Jewish justice.
Wait a minute. Are you saying Maria Fierro is needed to operate on Karl?
Whatever stage Peretz's Nazi massacring plans were at, Emil hoped realizing Maria had been Mengele's medical assistant after all hadn't just derailed them. Frau Stucker approached Peretz.
As you know, Hans, if you spent less time seducing women of dubious stock and more time studying the documents you uncover, you would have realized that from the beginning.
Peretz wasn't convinced.
But she couldn't possibly have performed neurosurgery on Josef Mengele. She was only 12 years old.
These notes are clear,
said one of the old Nazis at the table. He was holding a document.
Dr. Mengele was conscious throughout the procedure and clearly compass mentis enough to guide the child's hands.
Hands that will be needed again, if Karl's surgery is to enjoy the same success.
The Nazi professor had reappeared, accompanied by the whir of an electric motor, as Diego and he positioned Karl next to the conference table. But for the bizarre sight of old men struggling to their feet and throwing Nazi salutes, Emil would have tried reading more into Peretz's flummoxed expression.
The answers you seek are this way, Inspector.
Frau Stucker's walking stick was pointing where the wheelchair entourage had emerged. Emil hoped the darkened corridor beyond was a way out of this nightmare, as well as a passage to whatever answers the old lady wanted Laura and him to learn. Emil had just entered the corridor when a yelp from Laura was accompanied by a sharp pain in his neck. Everything went black. Chapter 28. Somewhere Underground. Emil squinted at the flashing lights.
Sir, wake up. You have to see this.
That was Laura's voice.
They've got it all worked out. Hospitals, industry, schools, universities, and everything needed to pay for it. Sir, wake up.
Emil opened his eyes. The flashing wasn't lights, it was glittering.
Here, drink this.
The old Nazi professor's voice this time. Emil took the cup, which he nearly dropped before realizing it needed a firmer grip. Whatever drug had been used to knock out the pair had left Emil weak as well as disorientated. Thirsty, too, so he drained the water, which also seemed to be glittering.
The romantics amongst the Nazis consider that chalice to be a strong contender for the Holy Grail, but I'm more interested in a relic's power to persuade, as opposed to any miracles it can supposedly perform.
Emil blinked a couple of times, not because he was having difficulty connecting Frau Stucker's words with what he was holding, what his eyes were telling him elsewhere. And if Emil had been impressed by the 4 ingots Peretz had entrusted him with, being faced with wall-to-ceiling gold bars as far as Emil's blurred vision would allow was redefining the definition. And not just gold. Silver, bronze, jewels, art, artifacts. Talk about treasure. Emil and Laura had been transported into a veritable Aladdin's cave. But as Emil dragged himself to his feet, and his head and eyes cleared, an abandoned Fort Knox might have been a better descriptor. Piles of sacks spilling wads of cash, similarly stacked and rotted crates exposing old masters, marble statues and other priceless antiques, pearls, diamonds, necklaces, tiaras, a collection of gem-encrusted royal crowns. Forget 70 tons of Nazi gold giving Argentina a new start. There were enough riches here to keep the country going for years.
"Behold," said Frau Stucker, "the seeds of our new world."
Emil spun round, making his head spin more, not helped when he saw what Frau Stucker was standing on.
"Seeds patiently waiting to be germinated," said the lady, walking stick in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other. She took a puff. "And thanks to your fiancé, Inspector, they soon will be."
Browner than the grey the U-boat would have been when launched, 40 years of floating in this flooded cavern had taken its toll. Rivulets of rotting red, rusticles of oxidizing orange, sheets of peeling grey. Every colour of the rainbow where oil had seeped into the water lapping her sides. Even the submarine's deck guns had suffered, appearing more like piles of brown sludge than ready-for-action tools of war. And if seeing a World War II German U-boat moored next to the ultimate in Nazi loot hadn't already proven Laura's super-detecting powers correct, the designation still visible on the submarine's conning tower put the question beyond doubt. This was U-817. A hatch opened, exposing the previously unnoticed rumble of a diesel generator and source of what was making the untarnished metal in the vicinity glisten, the pulse from dozens of electric light bulbs dotted about the cavern ceiling. Everything would have been in darkness otherwise. 2 brown shirts carrying submachine guns left the U-boat, their youth demonstrating Frau Stucker could count on more than the old Nazi loyalty back in the cathedral. The pair escorted the lady down a gangway.
"Of course, the likes of Bormann, Eichmann, and Mengele never thought it would take this long,"
said Frau Stucker, closing with Emil and the professor. Laura was elsewhere, scampering about the horde as if fearing it would disappear if she didn't.
"They envisaged giving birth to the Fourth Reich in months, not decades. But even Adolf couldn't have forecast how backward this country would turn out to be."
Frau Stucker took another draw from her cigarette.
"No, if the New World Order was to be born in Argentina, then something more persuasive than mere riches would be needed. Sir, look at this."
Laura scrambled down from some loose rocks, which wasn't rubble left over from the cavern's construction, judging by their hieroglyphics. She was holding a roll of paper.
"There are thousands of these."
Laura drew Emil's attention to the many other scrolls, stone tablets, papyruses, ancient parchments, and books scattered about the keep.
"I'm not sure," she said, "but I think we're looking at what's left of the world's oldest library, the Great Library of Alexandria." "Details of ancient empires mainly,"
said Frau Stucker, stubbing her cigarette out in a waiting ashtray.
"Mesopotamian, Mayan, Egyptian."
She allowed the second guard to light her a new cigarette before saying something even Emil knew Laura couldn't ignore.
"The civilizations that lived and died before them."
"Before?" said Laura.
"You mean these artifacts contain evidence of human existence
before the oldest known empires?"
"If the few writings our scholars have managed to decipher so far are any indication," said the old Nazi professor.
He and Frau Stucker scanned the mountain of dead and decaying knowledge.
"But with thousands of these scrolls yet to be unravelled, let alone read," continued Frau Stucker, "goodness knows what secrets are waiting to be discovered."
She looked at Laura.
"If only we could find someone willing to dedicate themselves to such a monumentally important task."
Emil could almost hear the gears in Laura's data-hungry mind spinning into a frenzy. A pity the accompanying terms and conditions would almost certainly be unacceptable. Swallowing the saliva that must have been pooling in her mouth, Laura unrolled the scroll she was holding. It split. A look of horror, darting eyes, sniff of the air, a wrinkled nose, and Laura's decision was made.
"Sir, I don't care what it takes. We have got to save this. It would be a crime against humanity not to."
Emil could think of worse atrocities, but right now getting out of this cave alive and ensuring these Nazis met the fate of those waiting in the cathedral was the priority. Laura must have mistaken Emil's silence as a need for more evidence. She grabbed his arm.
"Come with me."
Emil was dragged deeper within this mother and father of all attempts to bribe the police. Frau Stucker, the professor, and the 2 armed escorts followed.
"Look at this,"
said Laura, coming to a halt. She was standing next to a model city, overlooked by a larger-than-life bronze statue of Adolf Hitler. New York-style skyscrapers, avenues, parks, freeways, bridges, monuments. The conference table-sized metropolis was certainly modern. Emil had just taken an interest in a building marked Museo de Argentina and the tiny submarine visible through the museum's glass roof, when what Frau Stucker said next made him stand back again.
"The Americans would give anything to see the Mayflower preserved in their capital city."
The presidential palace, Plaza de Mayo, the obelisk. This was Buenos Aires. But it was like no Argentinian capital Emil had ever seen. Skyscrapers aside, it was what had been done to the city's historic centre that struck Emil most. Other than the obelisk, Everything surrounding the Plaza de la Repubblica had been demolished, replaced by a vast dome at one end of the famous square and a cathedral to rival St. Peter's in Rome at the other. And if there was any doubt the old Nazis planned to complete what losing World War II had made impossible to achieve in Berlin, what was lining either side of the route between the two structures couldn't have made the monster's aim clearer. A parade of stone plinths bearing images of war, field guns, tanks, rockets, missiles, jets, eagles, swastikas, concrete soldiers firing Nazi salutes. The city centre was paying homage to the ultimate in totalitarianism. Emil peered closer at the obelisk. Only it wasn't the obelisk. It was a giant statue of a man, and no one needed to be a historian to recognize who. Controlling his emotions, Emil faced Frau Stucker.
"No matter how powerful these riches make Argentina," he said, "no one is going to thank the Nazis for it."
The lady smiled, making her skeletal appearance more grotesque than ever. She approached the model herself.
"I wonder what other medical miracles the world-famous Professor Maria Vazquez will perform during her time as head of the research center named in her honor."
A bony finger identified a sprawling multi-story campus marked with a red cross.
"Oh, indeed. Her equally accomplished husband, General Emiliano Vazquez, when he's made chief of police."
The same scrawny digit was used to point out the skyscraper next door. Departamento Central de Policía was the nomenclature this time. Another bribe impossible to envisage, let alone accept.
"General Ramon Camps is Argentina's chief of police," said Emil, "and as he seems to be playing a part in your fascist revolution, I can't see him retiring straight afterwards." "But you misunderstand how long it will take New Argentina to reach adulthood," said Frau Stucker.
She leaned closer to Emil.
"Not through some short-lived and highly risky revolution. Evolution."
Emil's puzzlement seemed to prompt the Nazi professor to explain.
"Dr. Fierro won't only be curing this nation's disabled minds, Inspector. Josef Mengele's notes are clear. The healthy will be made to think correctly too."
It was just as Emil had feared. What had the potential to do good was to be used for evil, forcing the people to behave, but not through violence, threats, or brainwashing, through brain surgery. Emil was right about the devil paying a visit, only instead of tempting Jesus with riches and power, he had chosen to lure a humble PFA detective inspector and his sergeant, and all Emil and Laura need do was bow down and worship him. Emil's faith was being tested like never before, and watching Laura flitting about the keep as if already playing a part in this new Argentina wasn't helping. Frau Stucker hadn't finished.
"Just imagine, Inspector. Your beloved country so powerful, Argentina, will not only be in a position to retake the Malvinas Islands, but exact her revenge too, and in ways the Third Reich couldn't possibly have imagined."
Emil followed Frau Stucker's gaze to another exhibit, a wall map of the world. A world with a swastika centered on Buenos Aires and radiating rays of red. One of the rays was reaching out to Britain, but not with the hand of friendship. A mushroom cloud. The United States, the Soviet Union, China, even parts of the European mainland were receiving Nazi justice.
"The miracle won't happen overnight," said the professor. 30 million brain operations will take years, but I'm sure if Dr. Fierro and her team were to concentrate on a few of Argentina's annoying communists first, the goal would be realized that much sooner."
He spread his arms.
"Can't have all these riches sitting idle forever."
The professor gave Laura a wink.
"Now that really would be a crime against humanity."
Laura's response was a slack jaw and a slow shake of the head.
"Of course,"
said Frau Stucker, in a but Emil knew had to come sooner or later.
"If you would rather not allow yourselves to be naturally influenced by this generous offer, then I'm sure Dr. Fierro can be approached directly."
These people clearly had no idea Maria appeared to have severed contact with Emil, but threatening his love was too much. Emil snapped.
"Bribe and brainwash all you want.
No one is going to erect a statue of Adolf Hitler."
"Adolf Hitler?" Frau Stucker appeared confused. She neared where Emil had extended an arm, the dictator's larger-than-life statue standing at the head of the model city. "But can't you see?" said Frau Stucker, still perplexed. "This isn't Adolf. It's his son." As with the crucifix in the cathedral, the lady stared adoringly up at the effigy. "Our son." Chapter 29. Another need to squint while waiting for his head to clear. Given the brightness was emanating from both above and within the marble floor Emil's face was pressed into, he guessed the cathedral's electricity must have been turned back on. Laura was lying next to Emil, her slow movements indicating she was just as groggy. This second dose of maintaining the cavern's secrets must have been larger than the last. Emil could barely move. Nothing wrong with his hearing, though.
"But there isn't the time to contact this Maria Fierro. Argentina is in trouble now, and if we don't act soon, some Montoneros, Peronist or worse, democratic nonsense will be running the country."
Good old Ramon Camps, thought Emil, recalling the letter Captain Gomez had read out when taking charge of the precinct. Fascists will always run the show while he's around. Emil tried standing, but a hand on his shoulder wouldn't let him. "Stay down," said Peretz. Emil didn't need telling twice. Using his body as cover, Emil pulled Laura close, screwed his face and waited. For darkness, a shattering of skylights, the ear-piercing and chest-thudding of exploding stun grenades, the zip of assassins descending wires, a sweep of torch-equipped submachine guns, and bursts of automatic fire finishing the job.
"You must be patient, Ramon," said Frau Stucker. "The transition from failed state to fledgling superpower is always a difficult birth, and new Argentina will be no different."
The lights were still on, so Emil chanced opening an eye. Peretz was standing over Emil and Laura, but his attention was elsewhere, on those gathered around the table. Was the fat old man in a wheelchair Martin Bormann? Camps persisted with his concerns.
"No one is going to accept Hitler's son as this country's leader without a great deal of money behind it. Where's the gold you promised?"
Frau Stucker wasn't backing down either. Driving her walking stick into the marble floor to make the point, she said,
"All in good time, Ramon. You must understand that, Mama—"
Laura lifted her head in response, but Karl's request for attention wasn't meant for her.
"Yes, my darling,"
said Frau Stucker, leaving the conference table and rushing to Karl's side as fast as the stick would allow.
"Mutti is here."
From where Emil was lying, only Diego, the back of Frau Stucker's dress and the mechanism used to propel the disabled man's bed could be seen. Not that seeing was necessary to confirm the shocking revelation. Pushing Diego aside, Frau Stucker took Karl's hands and said something that had to be aimed more at convincing those still in disbelief than meeting the disabled man's needs.
"I'm so sorry I had to abandon you all those years ago, my son. But you must understand, a proud and dedicated Nazi mother could no more accept giving birth to a disabled child than she can tolerate the existence of Jews."
She stroked Karl's hair.
"But never fear, mein Liebchen. The moment Josef Mengele's miracle has brought you back to me, this mother's love will be as unconditional as your father's final order, which can at last be obeyed."
Letting go of her son, Frau Stucker stood back from the bed and proclaimed,
"Karl Hitler, Führer of the Fourth Reich and leader of the New World Order."
She threw Karl a Nazi salute, as did everyone else in the cathedral wearing a red armband. And to think, Emil's overactive imagination had pictured these people sacrificing Karl on the cathedral's altar, when in reality the monsters were intent on making him their god. It was like witnessing the birth of a genocide, the Holodomor, and the Holocaust all rolled into one. The horror certainly eclipsed Argentina's dirty war, made worse by Peretz maintaining his Nazi salute and staring at the perverse family reunion. He spoke.
"Just to clarify, Frau Stucker, you are Karl's mother, and Adolf Hitler is his father?"
The lady's manner changed. Pulling herself up to full height, she turned to Peretz and said flatly,
"Yes, I'm sorry you had to be deceived, Hans, but many decades have passed since we served in the Hitler Youth together, so you'll forgive me for viewing your sudden reappearance as a potential security risk."
Leaning heavily on the walking stick, she moved closer to Peretz, stopping short of Emil and Laura's feet.
"Throw in the less-than-ideal loyalty of your philandering ways, and I'm sure you can see why measures had to be taken."
A slow nod from Peretz was accompanied by him dropping his arm and the withdrawal of the Beretta holstered at his right hip.
"Thank you for that confirmation, Frau Stucker."
The single shot Peretz fired produced a pea-sized hole in the centre of the lady's forehead, and the clattering of a walking stick falling to the floor. A moment later, Frau Stucker's head exploded, covering Emil and Laura in blood, bits of skull and lumps of pink. The lights went out. Laura screamed, and the violence Emil had been expecting commenced. Holding each other close, the pair prayed like never before. Not that Emil's newfound devotion to God was being allowed to play out uninterrupted. Between his promises not to make or be tempted by bribes ever again, and a willingness to attend church more often, bangs from stun grenades, bursts of automatic fire, sparks off ricochets and sweeping torch beams were keeping Emil's eyes open most of the time. The camera-like flashes relit the darkness, making Emil realize Peretz not only hadn't joined Emil and Laura on the floor, but was still standing in the spot where he had quite literally blown Frau Stucker's head off. Emil looked up at the man. He was removing his swastika armband. Peretz looked back down at Emil, revealing something else. Peretz was wearing a gas mask. That, and a cough from Laura, caused Emil to sniff the air. The cathedral was filling with smoke, and not only from spent ammunition. The firing ceased as abruptly as it had started, the silence emphasizing a ringing in Emil's ears. He hoped the Mossad agents had achieved their aim, confirmed when the cathedral's lights came back on. Not a whimper from the bloodied remains slumped at the conference table. No general camps either, and Emil scanned the cathedral for him. Argentina's chief of police was no longer here. Neither were his military co-conspirators. Only Nazis were dead. An assault team member dressed all in black and wearing a gas mask similar to Peretz's joined him. The pair removed the masks together.
"Job done, boss," said the man, changing magazines on his MP5. "Everyone wearing a red armband has been neutralized."
Was that English? Thought Emil. And everyone else? Asked Peretz, speaking the same language.
"Hooded and tie-wrapped outside."
A distant siren distracted the man. Emil assumed he was the assault team's leader.
"They can make their excuses when the local police arrive."
The man's attention fell on Emil and Laura next.
"Need any help here, boss?"
Boss? Strange thing for an Israeli to say. "No, thank you, Corporal. You and your men may withdraw. Debrief back in Stanley." Stanley? As in Port Stanley? As in the capital of the Malvinas Islands? Not seeming entirely satisfied, the corporal cast an eye over those still breathing, Emil, Laura, and Diego, the latter trying to convince a coughing Carl to accept an oxygen mask. The corporal shrugged.
"It's your show, Colonel."
Colonel? The corporal transmitted a code word into the radio attached to his flak vest, but before leaving, glanced at the smoke spreading over the cathedral's ceiling and said,
"Wouldn't advise hanging around for too long, and Maggie doesn't like to be kept waiting."
Maggie? The corporal left with the rest of his team, through the door at the cathedral's rear. Laura got to her feet and assisted Diego in preparing Carl's exit from the building. Flames were licking the bodies at the conference table, and smoke crossing the cathedral's ceiling was beginning to descend. Emil stood too, but not to leave.
"Who's Maggie?"
"Margaret Thatcher, of course," said Peretz, reverting to Spanish. He removed the Beretta's magazine and extracted the pistol's chambered round. "My Prime Minister." Emil took a step closer.
"Right. Enough of this bullshit. Who the hell are you?"
Slotting the round back into the magazine, Peretz said, "For the umpteenth time, I've already told you. John Smith. Lieutenant Colonel John Smith of Her Majesty's Special Air Service Regiment, to be precise. Well, retired, but the boys are always keen to keep their hand in." Emil realized where he had seen the assault team's dress of all-encompassing black and gas masks before. On the television. The ending of the Iranian embassy siege in London 2 years ago.
You mean to tell me it's not the Israelis we've been helping, but the British?
Being made a fool of was one thing. Emil and Laura aiding and abetting the enemy was quite another.
If it's any consolation, Inspector, I was born a Jew in Nazi Germany. Blame my mother for choosing emigration and a change of name over the gas chambers.
Smith placed the magazine, presumably containing other rounds capable of blowing human heads off, into a trouser pocket.
And anyway, we British winning the Falklands War meant one could hardly expect you to assist my mission by coming clean with that, no matter how much gold was on offer.
Islas Malvinas,
growled Emil, before seizing on the floor in Smith's mission.
Well, you've blown that, haven't you?
Emil pointed at Frau Stucker's headless corpse.
Everyone who knows where the gold is hidden is dead.
That is true, said Smith, removing a magazine from his other trouser pocket.
But then, killing Nazis and repatriating their loot was never my mission.
Emil, Laura, and Diego looked at each other. Focusing his attention between the three, Smith loaded this second magazine, and after racking the Beretta, said,
"Step aside, please."
Nobody moved.
"Come on now," said Smith. "Let's not make this any harder than it already is. Step aside."
"But Karl is completely innocent," said Laura. "He hasn't and never could hurt anyone."
"I know," said Smith, with all the sensitivity of the assassin he was. "But that's not how others will see it." Emil lunged at Smith, who rewarded the recklessness by embedding a bullet in Emil's upper right arm. Slapping a hand over the wound, Emil yelped and fell to his knees. More blood joined the bits of Frau Stucker sticking to him. Laura and Diego made to aid Emil, but stopped.
"It's okay," said Smith, gesturing with the Beretta.
"I'll allow you to administer the Inspector first aid." Laura and Diego didn't move, continuing to block Smith's line of sight.
"But why?"
said Emil through gritted teeth.
"Because Karl is Hitler's son?"
Smith wasn't about to change his mind.
"Because once the word gets out Hitler not only had a son, but the offspring is alive and well and living in Argentina, every fascist on the planet will be out to complete the Nazis' quest for world domination."
"Karl might be alive," said Diego, "but he's far from well."
Karl continuing to cough in an atmosphere just about breathable for everyone else was proof of that. Smith smiled.
"But thanks to a certain Josef Mengele, and his assistant Maria Fierro especially, we all know how that could soon be rectified."
The smile faded and Smith straightened up.
"No, I'm sorry. Karl Hitler must be neutralized too."
"You said I would be meeting a Superman. So where is he?"
Hardly at the top of Emil's agenda, but anything to delay Smith. Flames were consuming the cathedral's apse. No one could stand here forever.
"You spared Mengele's life, Inspector," said Smith. "You'll forgive me if I don't think there was at least a chance of you being a Nazi too. Wouldn't such an individual consider Adolf Hitler's son to be a Superman?"
Emil didn't know what to say, let alone keep Smith talking.
"Enough of this," said Smith, taking aim.
Another crack, and a second body was writhing in agony on the floor. Diego's.
"You know,"
said Smith, looking at the Beretta as if seeing the weapon in a new light,
"in many ways I consider myself to be a miracle surgeon. I'll admit my neurological skills are nothing to write home about, but try injecting someone in the arm with a bullet from a .45 or one of your 9mm blunderbusses, and one still risks losing the subject. By using my trusty 22 here, not only have I saved your lives, but any post-op scars will barely be visible. No need to thank me."
The Beretta was pointed at Laura. "Now, are you going to do the sensible thing, young lady? Or am I going to have to put you in hospital too?"
"Ow!"
Smith became a third groaning heap on the floor.
"And that's what you get for breaking my heart."
Rita was standing over Smith. She was holding a statue of the Virgin. Face souring at the scene, Rita took one look at Laura's blood-splattered dress and turned the disgust on Emil.
"What have you done to my daughter?"
Chapter 30. Emil was getting a bit fed up with being constantly drugged. He looked through the haze. Needle, drip, half-empty bag of blood, bandaged upper right arm strapped to his chest. Emil couldn't decide which was worse, the partially anaesthetized ache from where the bullet had been extracted, or the desperate need for a cigarette. There was a taint of burnt wood in the air, so Emil reasoned he must still have been in Biedma, the cathedral's hospital, judging by the smell and the blurred image of a crucifix on the wall opposite. Something dark moved at the foot of the bed. It morphed into a person.
"So, let me get this right," said Captain Gomez. "I task my newest inspector with getting my niece out of the country. And what does he do?"
Gomez approached the window next to Emil's bed. He looked outside.
"Not only disobey my direct order to never again contact old Nazis, but keep Laura in Argentina so she can become a Nazi too."
Gomez turned to Emil. He was pointing a gun.
"Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you right now."
Gomez pressed the gun's muzzle into Emil's bandaged arm. Tormented by yet more pain, Emil racked his brain for an excuse that would usually satisfy his boss, a mix of the actual and the fabricated, but the medicinal fuzz clouding Emil's judgment wouldn't allow it. The pain ended with Gomez releasing the pressure and returning the gun to his waistband. The next thing Emil knew, a gold bar was sitting in his lap.
"I take it there's more where this came from?"
Emil found himself facing the filter end of a cigarette this time. At least Emil knew he would be living a little longer. Snatching the Marlboro, Emil grabbed the hand bearing the lit match next to it, brought the two together and inhaled as if breathing his last anyway. Gomez lit his own cigarette.
"Hear that?"
Emil couldn't hear a thing. He was still partially deaf from the assault on the cathedral.
"It's called silence," said Gomez. "Which means Biedma's bouts of civil unrest are abating as fast as what's been testing Buenos Aires for the past couple of weeks."
Gomez shook his head at whatever could be seen outside.
"Not a good sign for dinosaurs like you and me, Emil."
Gomez took a slow draw of his smoke.
"And you know what that means."
Emil hoped silence was enough to show he didn't. Recovering the gold bar, Gomez wandered back to the foot of the bed.
"The generals are talking about establishing a truth commission. Not something to be welcomed by those who thought we were simply doing our jobs. So, if you and I are to survive this, Emil, then sticking together will be vital."
Referring to his junior as Emil twice in as many sentences, things must have been bad.
"Saints preserve us," said a sister bursting in. "What in the name of our good Lord is going on here?"
Snatching the Marlboros from the mouths of both men, the senior nun strode to the window, opened it and tossed the cigarettes outside. Smoking wasn't the only thing the sister wouldn't tolerate on her ward.
"You! Out!"
Gomez was about to say something when there was another crash of double doors. Two porters wheeled in a second bedridden patient. Diego. Out cold, judging by the old man's closed eyes and half-open mouth. Laura was with the group, assisting the arrival by steadying the line and blood bag Diego needed to recover from his encounter with John Smith's surgery.
"I said out!"
The sister was nothing if not persistent. Gomez headed for the exit, but before passing through, addressed his niece in a volume meant for Emil too.
"He's as much your inspector as he is mine. See if you can't talk some sense into him."
Captain Gomez left. Content with the arrangements needed to ensure Diego and Emil's recoveries, the porters and the sisters made to leave.
"The doctor will be in shortly,"
said the latter, in a way that made Emil think the lady didn't allow qualified medical staff to hang around for long either. The sister tapped her watch.
"I'll allow you 5 minutes."
She scowled at Laura.
"No smoking."
Laura half smiled at the lady, only pulling up a chair once the ward sister had finished carving an invisible cross in front of the crucifix, mumbled a prayer, and departed. Emil's head cleared.
"How's Carl? Where's Smith? He won't stop, you know. We've got to get Carl and Diego to a safe house, and I know exactly who to ask. He owes me a favor anyway, so I want you to—"
"Lieutenant Colonel John Smith is in custody," interrupted Laura. "The local police took him in before he regained consciousness."
Her words should have relieved Emil, but didn't. It was the tone. Laura glanced at Diego, still out cold. She looked at the floor.
Karl is dead.
Idiots,
said Emil, angry at both himself and Laura.
Why the hell didn't we put a bullet in the man when we had the chance? His pistol was on the floor, for goodness sake. All we had to do was—
Karl died from smoke inhalation,
said Laura.
He was too weak to withstand it.
Emil's anger gave way to first awkwardness and then pity. He calmed.
Poor guy,
said Emil, eyes on Diego.
If finding out you've been looking after someone else's child for decades wasn't bad enough.
Laura shifted in her seat. She was uncomfortable, but for a different emotional reason this time. Emil was used to his deputy reacting in ways that seemed at odds with normal human behaviour, but this latest bout of eye-flitting and robot-like head-darting still seemed strange.
What is it? He said. What are you not telling me?
I think we need to be careful with Diego in more ways than one.
Here we go again, thought Emil, trying to sort the wheat from the chaff of Laura's super deductions. Get to the point, Sergeant.
Laura's attention continued to switch between the ward's only occupants.
I can't explain it, but I think Diego has always known Karl was Hitler's son.
What makes you say that?
You won't like it.
There's a lot I don't like about this situation, Sergeant, but try me anyway.
Laura's head twitching settled on Emil.
I know it sounds awful, but there aren't many fathers who would dedicate their lives to a son with Karl's needs, and his sophisticated medical support clearly wasn't being funded by the bungs you were making.
She leaned towards Emil.
Diego didn't just know Karl was Hitler's son. He willingly cared for him. Why would anyone do that?
What are you saying? Diego's a Nazi?
Laura raised her hands as she sat back.
I'm just saying he needs careful handling.
She glanced at the ward exit before adding,
He may even know where the gold is.
Now we're getting to the bottom of it, said Emil, wincing before choosing to stab the air with a finger from his uninjured arm. Careful handling my backside. You're just trying to get me to see your uncle's sense.
It would be sensible to recover the hoard before somebody else does.
Yes, I get it. You want your hands on the fountain of all knowledge, and your uncle the gold. Tell me something my half-wit of a brain hasn't already worked out.
The doctor arrived, along with two younger men in white coats Emil assumed to be students. The sour-faced sister was with them. The doctor set about bringing Diego out of his coma, smelling salts under the old man's nose.
"Wake up, Senor Iglesias,"
said the doctor, clicking his fingers and tapping Diego's face with the back of a hand.
"Wake up." "What?" murmured Diego. "What is it? What's going on?"
At well over 70 years of age, Emil figured it would be a while before the old man was in any fit state to pass the time of day, let alone divulge secrets. Least of all, where the ultimate in Nazi loot might be hidden.
There's one other thing,
said Laura, lowering her voice.
I don't think Diego knows Karl is no longer with us. Time's up, Sergeant Gomez, said the sister, as the doctor and his students turned to leave.
Don't tell me you want me to...
Laura was on her feet and had put a hand on Emil's shoulder.
Break it to him gently, Emil.
Emil groaned, looked at his fellow patient, and wondered how best to do that, and how to do it while probing him for the hoard's location at the same time. From a sitting position for a start.
Prop me up, will you? Don't touch my bad arm.
Laura rearranged the pillows.
And it's Sir, not Emil. I won't tell you again.
Giving her boss a smile and Diego one last pitiful look, Laura faced the ward's crucifix, drew a sign over her chest, curtsied, and left.
Great,
thought Emil, after everyone had gone and Diego and he were alone.
Why me?
Despite the smelling salts, the old man still appeared out of it, flat on his back with eyes closed. Emil thought about asking the nun if she wouldn't mind breaking the bad news, but he wouldn't wish her bedside manner on his worst enemy. Emil chickened out anyway, and had just reached for the bedside buzzer when Diego mumbled something that appeared to imply the old man was already aware of Karl's death.
They murdered my baby.
Diego was sobbing. Was it possible to cry in your sleep? Pity replaced Emil's sense of relief.
They murdered her and thought they could just pay me off.
Her? Emil's concerns returned. It must have been a nightmare. Diego's eyes were closed.
Hoisted my Santa Maria out of the water like a fish, and then threw her back again like so much trash.
Diego, said Emil. Diego, wake up.
The good book teaches an eye for an eye. So sinking one of their U-boats was the most obvious revenge. But the submarines were being scuttled out in the Atlantic the moment they had unloaded. So what was the point of that?
Diego, you're delirious. Wake up.
All bar one. And when I realized how precious her cargo was, I knew then exactly what had to be done. And not only to satisfy my revenge, to satisfy justice. Justice for the world.
The old man opened his streaming eyes, but only to stare up at the ceiling. Diego's distress intensified.
But I couldn't do it. The more I pressed the pillow down on the baby, the more God kept telling me killing an innocent child made me no different from Hitler. I would be a monster too.
Emil extended his good arm, but a combination of pain and Diego's bed being too far away thwarted him. Still flat on his back, Diego's head turned to face Emil.
But it was too late. I tried everything to undo my evil, but it was no use. And when Frau Stucker rejected her child, I took it as a sign that God had given me a second chance, and that only through dedicating my life to Karl's could my sin be forgiven.
Emil had to say it.
Diego, are you saying Karl was born healthy?
Diego didn't answer. He was looking at the crucifix.
Do you think trying to kill Hitler's son and then caring for him makes me an unforgivable monster, Inspector?
Emil looked at the Christ figure too.
No, Diego. I think it makes you a human being.
End of Inspector Vazquez Book 2, Nazi Gold. Copyright Alec Berry 2024.